A very good afternoon to you, colleagues. Thank you. MEC and to the officials, thank you for understanding the predicament we find ourselves in as Gauteng legislature, and therefore I apologize for the late start. The situation was one of those that was out of our control. We had to do what needed to be done, because ultimately we serve the people of Gauteng. So thank you for those who have been here very early. I'm one of those persons who likes to respect time. So HOD and the other officials that were here early, thank you so much for understanding. Having said that, I need to declare this venue as a precinct of the legislature of Gauteng, and I'll do so. I, Honorable John Moody, Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, hereby declare the Southern Sun Hotel OR Tambo in the city of Ekurhuleni as a precinct of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature in terms of Rule 56, Subsection 2 of the Standing Rules of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, Version 5, Revision 2, read together with Section 2, Subsection 1, and Section 28 of the Powers, Privileges, and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act Number 4 of 2004. For the duration of this meeting, this place will be the precinct of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. Thus, the standing rules of the legislature will apply and govern all the engagements of the day. Having done that, colleagues, side, do we have any apologies? Woman Party?
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, honorable members, senior officials of the department and colleagues. Chair, we've got apologies from Honorable Fuchs. He's unable to attend due to other commitments. The other apologies, Honorable Robinson. He's unable to attend due to ill health. The other one is from Honorable Shineman. He's attending a study tour in Egypt, including Honorable Masoleng. And then the last one is from Honorable Kumalo. He's unable to attend due to party commitments. Those are the apologies, Chair.
Thank you, colleagues. Can we accept those apologies? Thank you, so noted. Yes, MEC, we'll start off with your Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. You wear two hats. Yeah. Some of us are called to greatness and others are born to greatness and others achieve greatness. I think you're all three encapsulated if you have these two departments to look after. And you asked me in the legislature, you've been called. Believe you me, as a committee, the last thing we want to do is to take you out of your very busy schedules where we should be doing service delivery and have you to come and present to the committee. It is not a pleasant one for us. We've also got other things to do, and especially this time of the year when we're under so much pressure, and of course the legislature's scheduling, etc., changes on a daily basis. However, I think, and MEC, perhaps just for future reference as well, the reason why you are here today is because we had asked you questions emanating from the report that we've received from the Auditor General, the Public Service Commission, as well as from the Premier's Office, which is Forensics, and Treasury. And we asked you questions, and yes, we got responses. However, the responses we got did not speak to the questions that we asked you. So in most instances, your questions were answered partially. There's a reason why we ask the questions the way that we do. because we want to get specifics out of you as to the issues that were raised in the AG's report and the other reports that we have received. So please, colleagues, and I call us all colleagues here because we as public representatives, which includes the MEC, are here as elected public officials, public representatives. We represent the people's will in terms of the democratic right to choose. But those of us who are members of staff or the officials, you are here too because you are here out of choice to serve the people of Gauteng. And together we have to make sure that we give the best possible services to our people and that we govern appropriately for us to be able to achieve that objective. We're all aware of the circumstances we find ourselves in as a nation and as people from Gauteng. And it is up to you and I, you and us as public representatives, to make it happen. We cannot do it in isolation. So please, in future, when you do get any questions, not just from this committee, because, and it's not just you, MEC, and your departments. We have had this challenge with other departments too. But having conferred with other chairpersons of other committees, it would seem that they have the same challenge as to questions being answered not fully. And it makes our tasks very, very difficult when it comes to oversight. So the process we're going to follow is as follows. We're going to ask you the same questions that we sent you in writing. And we'd like to get the responses from you. And from that, emanating from that, we will ask any follow-up questions if we need to. But I can assure you that most of the questions that we will be asking is because of the fact that they weren't answered to the fullest, and we will highlight the issues that we'd actually like to have heard in the first instance. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, MEC. And I think that I will start off because we still have some members coming, and I don't want to delay the hearings unduly. So I will start off. The first question, and I'm going to repeat it the way that we had written it to you. Question 1, the MEC must provide the committee with the details on what immediate steps the department will take to correct the 60,184,925 Rand overstatement of capital work in progress and the 25,511,681 Rand understatement of immovable tangible capital assets, ensuring full compliance with the modified cash standards for capital assets.
Good afternoon, honourable members. Good afternoon, honourable members and colleagues. I want to also echo my apology for arriving at the time that I had arrived. Initially, I'd scheduled a meeting that I couldn't get out of, so I quickly dealt with it and then I ran here. Chair, with regard to the question you've just asked, I will read the response as we have responded. And then if there's any other follow-up, then we'll take it from there. With regard to the amount of 25,511,681, that consists of two projects, namely Naturena Library, of which is 17,721,743 Rand and 53 cents, and Ratanda Library, of which is 7,789,937 and 49 cents. With Naturena, in line with the modified cash standards and occupancy certificate, is required to transfer the project from working progress to asset register. We are still awaiting the occupancy certificate. The Naturena Library, land dispute matter as well, which involves the City of Johannesburg, Parks and the City of Johannesburg Library Unit, needs to be escalated for further intervention during the political IGR. For the Rotunda, the occupancy certificate has been received, and we are in the process of transferring Rotunda Library to immovable asset register. The update will be reflected in our September report. With regard to the HMPJ Stadium, the work in progress there is 22 million and 87,492.53 cents. The closeout report and assessment report have been received, and therefore the asset will be de-recognized. With regard to Bob van Reenen Stadium, phase 1 feasibility study, work in progress is 12,585,751.68. A request has been submitted to seek approval from the acting HOD to de-recognize the project from the work in progress register until the department has secured the necessary budget, at which point it can then be reinstated. So, let me stop there, Chair.
Thank you, MEC. Your response was quite strong with regard to the Rotunda Library, which speaks about the occupation certificate, and also the Pichi and Bob van Reenen stadiums. But when it comes to the response with regard to the Nature Arena Library, you identify the procedural barrier, which is, and I'll open quote, awaiting occupancy certificate, close quote. And the root cause, which is, of course, the land dispute between those two departments within the municipality. But it only commits to the need for escalating rather than detailing the immediate concrete and executable corrective steps already taken or a plan with milestones for resolving the external dispute. And therefore, the answer weakens the completeness of the overall immediate steps or plans for that particular project. It's an holistic question we asked you. You've given us fairly good, but that element as to what are the concrete steps, you can't just say it is in the process of, or it is laying somewhere else. We'd like to, as a committee, understand what your department is doing to resolve the matter, because otherwise it leaves an open door, and we just say yes. We don't have a concrete or an answer that closes off the question as such. But before you respond, I'll also be remiss to not recognize the presence of the chairperson of sports, of the sports committee, Honorable Seseding Yanes. Welcome, sir. Are you the chair? Are you the sports? Well, both of you are.
Education.
Education.
I'm sports.
Is sports not chair?
It's me.
It is you.
Ah,
Oh man, Simon, you dropped me, but anyway, you are here. But welcome also from education. Please, you remember, if there's anything that you'd like to ask as well, please do so. All right. So MEC, is there any plans for you to close the loop?
Yes, Chair. For the Nature Arena Library, the land dispute issue will be tabled in the upcoming IGR meeting. At that time, it was on the 29th of October, 2025, which included the COJ. So in line with the modified cash standards, the occupancy certificate will be required to transfer the project work in progress to the asset register. So this is where we are with regard to the Nature Arena one. And furthermore, what we're doing currently is there's engagement with DID have commenced on the 27th of October to obtain all relevant information that had prevented the auditors from verifying the total amount of the assets on the asset register and conduct physical verification of all capital work in progress projects and reconcile physical assets to financial records.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, happiness? Okay, thank you. The next question, MEC, will also be from myself. Indicate to the committee about what urgent plan will the department implement to fix the poor record keeping that prevented the Auditor General from verifying the full 186,786,000 rand CWIP balance.
You'll forgive me, honourable members, the numbering on this document is very bad.
No, it's fine.
It's very, very bad. It's,
I also understand. I also have a problem when it comes to
Yeah.
technology, so I have to jump around. I have 3-4 pages around.
yeah, it's very bad. It's not how they've numbered it, you know, they just, first, if it's a question, is 1.1, response is 1.2, doesn't, so it's difficult to really follow. So with the question you've just asked, Chair, is this? Chair, can we, I just reorganize so that I can get the questions right?
Please, we've got time.
Please, please.
So please,
Yeah,
if
no.
we're able to get it,
This one seems to be better. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honourable members. I apologize for that. Our response to this one is we conducted physical verification on all capital work in progress projects. And further reconciled all our physical assets to financial records.
thank you, MEC. You see, we're talking about 186 million rand, and we talk about the Auditor General not being able to verify the full extent. And we get a one-liner response. A one-liner response is just says conduct physical verification of all capital work in progress, projects, and reconcile physical assets to financial records, when in essence what we are looking at is, firstly, that response only describes a necessary step, which is the conducting of physical verification and, of course, the reconciliation of assets to final financial records. But it's not comprehensive. And we talk about an urgent plan because there's a matter of urgency here. The poor record-keeping issue that prevented the Auditor General from verifying the full extent of this amount of money suggests a deeper systemic control failure beyond a simple lack of reconciliation. The current commitment is, it's just too broad. And and procedural to qualify as an urgent plan designed to fix what we see as a systemic problem? Or does the department not see it as a systemic problem? I mean, we're talking about a heck of a lot of money here. And it talks about record keeping. What are we going to do? What plans does the department have? Tangible plans that we as a committee are able to say we're satisfied that you are taking this very seriously, not just a one-liner response.
Can I come in, Chair? Or-
You can, please.
Oh, okay. Chair, please, you need to know, please note that we have a department called DID that does our projects. So generally, the reconciliation in between is where sometimes the difficulty that brings about this difficulty. But now what has begun is that our CFOs, both DID and both SACR, are meeting on a weekly basis to reconcile and really advance this step adequately. So on a weekly basis, we are currently just cleaning up this finding, closing this gap. Chair.
MEC, you know, we get other departments also that constantly refers us to DID, and we tend to call DID in if we're not happy with responses, so that we have the two departments here. It's not my responsibility or our responsibility as SCOPA, quite frankly, to resolve issues, if there may be issues between MECs. But if we're not satisfied, this thing about just parting it off because of this and because of that, you know, we're wary of those responses, to be honest with you. We're wary of it. Because if that was the process that you were following, I mean, the question was very clear. You would have given us that response in the first instance. Do you agree with me or not, MEC? And maybe we're putting you in a tough spot. Perhaps you should put your HOD there. Because ultimately the HOD is a functionary to make it happen. It puts you in a difficult situation. So do we have it as concrete, MEC, that this is indeed happening on a weekly basis?
Yes,
And
Chair.
you're not going to have a repeat of this in next year?
No, I agree with you, Chair, that perhaps we could have expanded more in responding to this question.
Exactly.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
But yes,
Thank you,
Chair.
MEC. NCDs that have made it very clear that this committee will not allow and accept one-liners, two-liners, just for the sake of a box-ticking exercise. Things have changed. Things have changed. Member Masai, colleagues, are we happy with the response? Happiness? Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair. And good afternoon, honorable members and officials and the MEC. MEC, there was a matter on the findings on the uncertainty relating to the contingent liabilities. So the committee would like you to just give us maybe a portfolio of evidence of any disciplinary steps that were taken against those officials that are responsible for the adverse incidents. You can just take us through those officials and if there were any disciplinary steps that were taken. Thanks.
I think I have Dr. Masoluga. Chair, through you, can I allow an official to?
Yeah. Thank you, MEC. I think it makes your job easier for you as well.
Yes, definitely.
Let's take it down.
Can I speak from there?
Look at home.
So I think this speaks to the question on page 8,
We did provide a response, and the response was found to be inadequate, and we've since supplemented it to indicate that the question speaks about the 18 million for contingent liabilities. And we need to indicate that from this 18.6 million, not disciplinary action was not required in all, because this 18 million is divided into various parts. So the first part is the 8 million, which arose from interdepartmental payables from the Gauteng Department of Infrastructure, G-Fleet, and Office of the Premier. So these interdepartmental payables usually happen during the normal course of business, and they don't necessarily trigger any issues around misconduct. And then the remainder of 10 million, as we have clarified, the first 8.5 million, that speaks to interdepartmental payables, speaks to the contingent liabilities from claims against the department, which comprise both labor cases, which usually involve termination of fixed-term contracts and improper conduct. But there's also an issue around other contingent liabilities where service providers raise contractual challenges. And we need to indicate that this 10 million comprises various litigation matters, most of which are at the labor court. And really with these matters, because it involved the termination of contracts, we could not really establish any issues around improper conduct. But there are two matters that are in our contingent liabilities. These are, firstly, Lesego la Masego and Izitunya, which we believe warranted disciplinary action. This involves both of them instances where services of service providers were procured without following SCM processes. So emails will be sent by management, some members of the management, without following the due SCM processes. However, in both matters, two former employees have since left the department, making it very difficult for us to really do any consequence management. So just wanted to emphasize, Chair, that not everything in that figure of contingent liabilities will necessarily warrant us to take a disciplinary action, as no misconduct could be found on all matters that come up to this 18.6 million. Thanks, MEC.
Follow-up question?
Yeah, maybe just to follow up. In as much as now we are saying the others, we are still dealing with them because it's labor, cases. You said FTCs, fixed-term contracts, and others, it's contractual challenges with service providers. Now you are also informing us there's two matters where the employees, you would have started or initiated a disciplinary cases, and they have since left the department. But that doesn't stop the department, MEC, from also trying to recover, the costs. Maybe the committee should also be informed of whether there would be any plans, because then it would mean that we are now also opening the department to risk where employees would have these misconducts and then decide that they would just resign because the resignations would then be accepted.
I'm going to add a follow-up to that as well. You see, MEC, the initial response was the department did not take disciplinary steps against officials as most legal matters from where contingent liability in question arose are dormant or date back several years. With most officials, it doesn't say two or few, at the time having left the employ of the department. Now, even if I've left the employ of the department, if there is any financial implications, you don't just walk away scot-free and continue to benefit at the expense of the general public out there that you and I serve. You follow the money. We have an asset forfeiture unit. We go after the money. And if the person has died, we go after the estate. we need to start taking this very, very seriously because there's a lack of consequent management. I resign and I go and work somewhere else. It's not going to happen anymore. We're going to follow the money. We're going to come after you. That is a message that we need to send out there. It does not help you to try and defraud the public purse. You talk about two people who have left the employment and you make it difficult. What makes it so difficult to find those people? If there's money involved, then criminal charges has to be laid against those people. Why wasn't criminal charges laid against them? Did it involve money? If it didn't, if you tell us it didn't, we're going to do an investigation into it. We want answers here that where you have a challenge, for us to find a solution to the challenges. Can you please answer the follow-up question? Thank you.
Chair, currently we have the SIU in the department that's following the money on a number of cases. So we are in the process, so we'll wait for that report. Once it comes, then we'll be able to take it from there. It addresses exactly what you're saying and honourable members' concern as well.
Yeah, thank you, MEC. And see if it is contractual because it's a contractor involved. All the more reason to go after those contractors. Because if it's contractors involved, I can tell you it's money involved. And where the contractors are involved, there's officials involved too. They can't do it on their own. It's a given. I worked in public service for 20 years. I know how to feed, to politicians. I know how it's done. And at the end of the day, HODs and the executives are on a 5-year contract. Middle management, and that's where the things happens. Those people don't even want to apply for promotion because they'll tell you straight. You're here for 5 years. Those politicians are here for 5 years. They go, we're here forever. The message to you, colleagues, what are you doing about it? You have 5 years in which to clean it up. We only have 4 years left, and we are going to clean it up. From a SCOPA perspective, and I can tell you now that the other chairpersons of committees are feeling the same way. We're going to clean it up. So please, let us work together to try and resolve these issues. Any further questions, Member Musai? You had another one with Inas, next one.
Thank you very much, Chair. MEC, there has been material underspending of the vote by the department. The committee is of the view that officials need to take their jobs seriously and also understand that there are consequences if they don't implement the tasks that they have been contracted to do. Therefore, the committee would like the MEC to provide it with the details of why the department materially underspent the budget, especially on program 2 and 4. And whilst we're at it, MEC, there would have been officials who were responsible for those program 2 and 4. What disciplinary actions have been taken against those officials who are responsible for underspending? I'll come up with a follow-up after that. Thanks.
Oh, can I proceed?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, MEC, sorry.
I'll give the acting HOD to deal with this one.
No, thank you very much, Chair, MEC, members of the committee. To direct to the question, the department has started disciplinary process for those officials. We shared the sentiments of the chair that there were a lot of other things of non-performance, and I think there's a specific focus in getting the department to do better. To the question, there's an action to that, honorable member. We have started to put all directors and chief directors on terms, on performance, on all issues that are related to Auditor General on the budget that we gave to them, on the target and the impactfulness of part targets. So it's not just a pushover to target. So to the question, consequence process has started. All managers who are not performing well according to the quotas, in the first quarter, the department poorly performed, and there was a special focus to all managers who are responsible. And not only at the level of reprimand, also support, but equally to create a process of disciplinary process for colleagues to raise the bar. So there's a sense that the third quarter, and as we move forward, there will be proper change to the department. Thank you, Chair.
So it's, I think the response MEC was just on the disciplinary actions, but we also require the details of why, there was that underspending. So that's the only one that has not been responded to. And
Honorable Member, the one part that really has affected performance is the entire value chain of procuring. The AG raised an issue on department depending on quotations, and to a point that AG raised an issue on splitting. And that whole value chain gets blocked because the one who's supposed to submit the terms of reference, there's an issue. So we're unblocking that whole process. So our biggest problems of performance is at procurement. So the focus is to see to it that, firstly, we follow the due procurement committee system and get to a way where colleagues do their part. And that whole value chain, to a point of appointing, is done. It comes out very strongly in the AG's report, and that's why the performance has been fully affected. I must indicate, Chair, that the department is giving full attention to that whole process. And if it's successful, it will definitely open performance better, and non-expenditure will be better.
Chair, just to add, there's a written revised response as well on program 2, that the underspending was mainly under the goods and services due to delays in finalizing reprioritization of funds to other programs, and goods and services not paid at the end of the reporting period. For instance, the Human Rights Day, and as well as invoices for the Women's Living Heritage Monument, which were received late from the implementing agent, which is DID. That's for program 2. Program 4, it was due to compensation of employees within the conditional grant and delays in the procurement of equipment and attire within the provincial equitable share, and the late finalization of the city-to-city marathon contract.
Thank you, MEC. Member Masai.
thank you very much, MEC, for the response. I'm glad you are looking into the SCM. Chair, I think as a chairperson of finance, but although I serve here, I think the SCM processes are really troublesome. And there are employees there, MEC, that I would say that you need to look into it, because at some point I was approached by one bidder who was requested to provide a request. It was a request for quotation, and they were given deadlines. And the deadlines, they kept on advertising and advertising, maybe 3 times. And the person said, I think there is somebody who is earmarked for this, and maybe they're not getting to the price, I'm just saying you need to also, we really need to look into that and try and see. Maybe that's why you would have this underspending, because then at the end, then the project was never implemented. Yeah. Now, I would then maybe have a follow-up and saying, then what risk mitigation strategies have you put in place, to to ensure that there's no adverse audit outcomes, in the future. Thanks.
Okay. The response that we have given is the department will align the projected expenditure based on performance, including the analysis of each project together with, in this regard, together with DID, engagement with GPT, the Provincial Treasury, on budget allocation and the revision of budget allocation in the adjustment period. Close monitoring of projects by establishing a committee to monitor and review the performance and implementation of projects between the department, between Treasury, and to a large extent DID, and the identification of also early warning about poor, slow performance of contractors, and capacitation of the department infrastructure unit utilizing provincial infrastructure earmarked funding for the regular infrastructure task team. The adjustment process will also create additional time for planning processes as well as the reprioritization of the existing funds where programs are underperforming. Modification of the payment process by enforcing electronic invoicing to expedite payments. Furthermore, tracking expenditure versus budget and including commitments every week and the alignment of budget with APP targets.
Okay. MEC, there was a question asked earlier on, very similar to this one. And if I look at this response here, it's almost a direct copy and paste of the prior response, which is regarding the corrective measures for underspending. It fails to specifically address the current question regarding risk mitigation strategies put in place to avoid adverse outcomes, audit outcomes into the future. It's not speaking to the specifics of the question. What mitigating processes and procedures have you put into place, or plan have you put into place, so that we can ensure that in future there won't be adverse audit outcomes? It's not comprehensive. There's no integrated risk mitigation strategy tailored to actually, fully encompass the issues with regard to audit findings. Can you put such a plan in place? Where's the CFO? Ma'am, can you put such a thing in place? Have you thought about putting something like that in place to mitigate into the future? Because otherwise it's year in and year out. Last year we had a different MEC, same department, same problems. Repeat. If we don't put steps in place now, and we're just responding, but there's no actual action plans to mitigate against a recurrence into the future, we'll be here next year with the same problem. Can we get such a plan in writing from you within the next 2 weeks, please? CFO, through you, MEC. Through you.
Yes, Chair, we'll get it, but also revise the response. Amongst other things, we'll be looking at strengthening internal controls, implementation, obviously, of the audit auction plans, improved record management, and more, which is something that we're dealing with urgently, is the filling of these critical vacancies that we have.
Okay, and then I'm going to perhaps add to that. Are you working hand in glove with your internal audit and risk? Quarterly, you get a report from them. Surely those are the early indicators to finding where there may be problems. Is that plan, does it integrate together with and speak to that audit risk reports that you are getting? Then it satisfies us from, in the sense that, yes, there's something tangible, there is a plan. It's not just a broad, type of, yes, we'll kind of look at it type of thing. so that we prevent this from recurring. I see you'd like to respond, sir.
Yes, Chair, we are currently, I mean, amongst other things, the CFO was suspended because of this, so that because of the gaps that I was able to identify. But we are currently, I can assure the committee that now, I also, from where I'm sitting as the EA, I can see a shift in the department with regard to dealing with the internal controls, the early warning system, and regular updates. I think we're able to pick up quicker now as opposed to before, if there are issues. And so I can assure you, Chair, that obviously we'll put what you are requesting in writing, but I can say here confidently that yes, there is progress when addressing this aspect.
MEC, I'm going to take your word on this one. And I hope and pray that we're not going to have the same situation next year. I think you've noticed that our questions are very specific as to who we need to address. We speak about the CFO when it comes to the CFO's responsibilities. We speak about the HOD or the accounting officer when we ask our questions. It is very specific because ultimately the buck stops with you. MEC, you are the political head and have to ensure that your department delivers on the policy of government, which makes your task all the more difficult. But as I said, we are not here to be crucifying anyone. Please, please. If we come across as doing that, we're just doing our work. We have a job to do. We are all in a learning process here. If you fail, we fail. And if we fail to do our jobs, then you fail. And who suffers at the end of the day? I will ask the next question. The next question is number 5, according to our thing. The MEC must consider, considering that this is a repeat finding. That's why we're very specific about this. Yeah, the question was, in fact it is, because it deals with, it moves on from the next one. It moves on from the next one. So that question would be the question number 5, which deals with report compliance and legislation fund. That's 5.1. Do you have it? Would you prepare? Please go for it, Ma'am Sir. I overloaded you earlier on, so I wanted to take that.
Seems like I'm the star of the show.
I'll try to
I'll
spread the
take the
workload here.
limelight. No, thank you so much. So, yeah, MEC, you've actually just revealed to us as the committee now that the CFO is actually suspended. Because I'm sure with this one, maybe you would also give us reasons if there are any. Because it's also an adverse audit finding, where we are requesting you as a committee, if you could give us details why the department did not prepare, the financial statements in line with the prescribed financial reporting framework, as required by Section 40, subsection 1A of the PFMA for auditing. I find that very, very strange, and it's very adverse. If you could maybe just respond, let me see on that one first.
To see if you want to, because what I have here really is to say there was a lack of. The department did prepare the financial statements in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework, as required by Section 41 of the PFMA. However, there was a lack of adequate review of the financial statements and supporting documents. The department also received capacity from Treasury to assist in reviewing financial statements to ensure compliance and accuracy in financial statements. And I agree with you, remember, that it is a repeat finding. I do not want to talk about the details that led to the decision around the CFO, because it's going to be undergoing a disciplinary process. So I can't discuss the details, but that aspect. But this is one of the areas which it was really, from where I was sitting, it should have been an obvious thing if you are in that particular position. And it can't be happening twice. Every financial year, we get the same thing, you know, the mismanagement. So with this, it was quite concerning. But this is where we are, Chair. But maybe let me give the acting CFO if we want to add. You want to add, Judy? Okay.
Chair, I want to check with the chair, is it possible to stand up?
If you're comfortable to do so, as long as you're not going to put on boxing gloves, please.
No, Chair, if I request to stand up to address the meeting. On the CFO, Chair, after the findings of the audit report, the first quarter the department was at 33% performance. And literally all managers were to take a retreat to check what is the cause of the problem. And as the honorable member asked, a big part of the questions that are here emerged from what the auditors have raised against us. So we had to go literally to every senior manager and allow them to explain themselves why they should not be disciplined. As we were doing that part, there was a repeat of what was in the findings. In this case, the Auditor General speaks that you can't split, you can't procure in a way that the auditors raised as a concern, and we're continuing. And immediately we had to say, CFO, on the basis of what has happened, you should be suspended. MEC is right that we are going through a process of disciplinary process. And all managers who couldn't perform, and all managers who are unable to respond to what the committee has raised, we have had, as I said earlier on, terms to deliver. If not, it's unfortunate the department can't hold back. So it's on those bases that the CFO was suspended. The question that also was raised, what has been the consequence? Chair, I might not have to say it here, but I think there's a need for us to shift the department. And in that sense, the MEC has given proper instruction that we don't want to go back to adverse reporting. We have submitted all the action plan, and if the chair allows, we can also submit to yourself what is the plan and how do we work with all other oversight committees that we need to preside on what they've raised. So all plans that we keep on issues. One of the things that gave us material irregularity was the gig tracts that were standing there for all these years. They were launched immediately after that, and they're on the road as we speak. There's a schedule for them for every month. And we've actually said that all government departments who want to use them, we're working very close with G-Fleet to get the tracks to work. The issue that we're struggling with now, which we should conclude before the end of the financial year, is to get the system that they are linked with G-Fleet and all departments are able to request them, pay for them, and they're all on the road. So Chair, without going to all the details, the department is taking a shift. And it should take a shift. If you don't do your part, as Chair said, we were called here for a short period. If you don't act, we show you the way. Not subjectively, not jumping the due processes. However, any person who does not perform, we've agreed that the MEC will do that to me and I'll do that to the others for the department to stand and deliver on what it's supposed to deliver. And colleagues know that message is clear. Now in terms of reference, including this year, that any money that we have this year is not utilized for any reason, we'll have a problem. And colleagues have signed to it that all the little money we have they will have to deliver on it. Thank you, Chair.
HOD and MEC on that. I obviously do have a follow-up question on the action plans, but you have just responded. And having, you know, the knowledge that maybe the MEC is working on what was previously done by the department, and obviously because there's a new HOD now. Maybe a comment then, Chair, for me would be that the committee really would want to monitor those action plans. So we really would want to have them so that we see whether you are addressing those audit findings, especially of the previous year, and that have resulted in the misstatements. But also, we would also want to know how you as the accounting officer will then have to drive the audit action plans to ensure that there is achievement of the milestones and correction actions are also taken. I'm saying this, MEC and the HOD, because the chairperson of SCOPA and myself, we attended a session with the AG. And the AG is of the view that Gauteng does not have an appetite to, you know, to deal with corruption, to deal with non-performance. In fact, it seems like in terms of, you know, most departments will now be complying, but it has no impact on the value of service delivery that we are taking out there. Now, we are also implored as this committee to now start looking at the work of internal audit and also of the audit committees, whether they do bring value or not, or whether this monitoring is taking place. So you've got internal audit, you've got audit committees. We really need to start knowing whether they do bring an impact, because there's no way that you could have repetitive audit findings yet they do have a role to play, or whether whatever role that they are playing, then maybe they're not being taken seriously. So both committees, SCOPA and Finance, will really be hammering into that. So I think for me, I would request that the department needs to take that seriously. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Member Mensah. Would you like to respond?
It was not, it was a, I think, question and comment and advice and wisdom, all in one. So where we are, Chair, look, we've noted, but it's quite, I think it was a demeaning statement to say the least, when the AG says we don't have an appetite to tackle corruption. I mean, that borders on.
Can I add to that? And it comes from the Public Services Commission as well. He says they kick the can down the road and then it ends up with me. So it's not just from the Auditor General. It comes from the Public Service Commission as well.
Look, Chair, I will not really want to be on a defense mode, but I need to say, when somebody says there's no appetite, it means with those that are given the responsibility, you know, they are partaking, you know, and I think that is one of the statements that I would, but it doesn't matter. I was not there. You know, I was going to correct whoever was going to be, whoever said that. But to say, Chair, I mean, where we are, we've really moved, Chair. I have to say this, Honorable Masa, we've really moved. We've really moved from post the audit outcomes, we've really moved. Decisive action has been taken across. In fact, one of the steps that we undertook was to also bring these stakeholders closer together, the AG, the Public Service Commission. And yes, we do have I do have a regular engagement with them, especially the Public Service Commission. You know. And some of the issues that they've brought, we've resolved it. We've responded, and we're still responding to some. but we have really moved from where we come from. I can confidently that the steps that we have put in place, the plan that we've put in place of holding all those that are accountable, all those managers who failed to meet targets, accountable, and action. In fact, one thing that now I believe in, Chair, is that if the official is not performing, then he must ship out. I don't mind to be in court with you forever, as long as you are not there and have somebody who's working, then I'm happy. Then in my 5 years, you'll be in court. In my 5 years, I'll be getting the results. I mean, that's how far we've moved to really to demonstrate that we mean business now. We mean business. I mean business. So in that said, even the HOD knows when we engage, I don't mince my words. So we have moved on Msai in terms of addressing those the adverse findings, and we have moved with actually even dealing with those elements of you'll say corruption. And I've noted and agree with you. There has been incidences where also myself, people have come, brought issues, and was able to follow up and say, but what is this thing? So now within the department and within the area that is a problem, the supply chain, we are not only even filling vacancies, but we're also bringing some changes there. And now with the decision that we're going to be taking them through lifestyle audit as well, that also we're hoping that it will also assist us to really get that aspect of our departments correct. But also note that there was a moratorium that was issued by Provincial Treasury that halted appointments in supply chain. And that really, of course, it would ultimately affect us, because then it would mean that we are operating with less capacity. And that also gave us a bit of a challenge, but I know that currently it's been lifted. It's been lifted now. So we're moving ahead. So I want to show the committee that where we are now, the acting HOD has moved quite strongly and to address. I believe that in the next year, I don't want to come here. The first time I came here, I was brought by this department. I have never been to SCOPA in my life until now. That they've brought me here. So now we can. But where we are now, Chair, I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. This aspect, that the concerns that we've raised, on Msai is raising, I can assure you that we're moving strongly. I'm getting daily reports on a regular basis in terms of performance. I know the HOD has obviously the targets that is put on a weekly basis, the reviews, daily updates. So when there's a problem, we deal with it quicker and immediately, because if you leave it for long, that's what has been happening. That's why we find that we are unable to meet our target. And also, part of the audit action plans is obviously to deal with this splitting. Yeah, splitting. And they know, if there's anything that I hate in my life, it's one thing that's called RFQ. I hate that thing with a passion. Because if it's where they're at the level there, they do their things. And they don't want change, by the way. They don't want change. I mean, we have officials who are 60 years old, Mara, still there, no promotion, nothing. Despite their wealth of experience, they'll tell you, I'm not moving. Because they've got their hands in the kit. So now, that time is over. That nice luxury time is over now. So we have moved in closer, Chair. So in terms of, with that said, Chair, we are really have strengthened leadership and also ensured that there's an improved accountability as well. in the department.
No, I think the MEC is correct, Chair, because a week ago, there are 2 officials who were found, they are suspended. Yeah, a week ago. And there are other cases that are following, which we have to follow. So to deal with the issue about corruption and just perceptions that the department is known as a corrupt department, I think we are giving attention to that. To a point that we have invited Public Service Commission into our strategic session. We have invited SIU, we have invited Treasury and the AG, and the chair of our committee, as a panel for us to say, let's get feedback from the outsiders. And they gave us feedback of how they perceive us and the shortcomings of the department. The management retreated and said, we do need to resolve all these problems as said by this outside committee. One of them, Chair, the SIU, the colleagues who used to work for the department, they have put cameras which have never worked for the years that they were there. SIU is finalizing the report. We have opened a case. The MEC will declare everything after the report is finally delivered. There are 4 officials. One of them still works for government. He has just moved the department. And it's clear the money shall be followed. And that will be the role of the MEC to address all of you after the report has been completed. He will give it to him because we have asked the SIU that by the 21st of November, it should be submitted. At the core is also to resolve this perception that everybody does as he wants. And it doesn't matter where you are in the level of process. The guy who has been suspended is a junior guy in the middle of in corporate services because he was colluding with money in the department at the expense using the department and there's proof subject to the process after disparate process. I suspect is a dismissal offense. The colleague might not come back to the department. But critical is to send a message that if you mess up with the department the way it has been, we have to act. The MEC just said to me, go and change and fiddle with the rooted things that are ugly against the department. And I think that's the work that we, in relation to the AG, and we have assured the AG that we will follow the plan, Honourable Member, as you requested. We will also offer you what we do and what our weekly meetings, whether at a vacancy level, whether at a service delivery level, performance, even a financial performance. So commitment stands to be there, and I'm sure we can speak like this if improvements are seen. We can come back to this committee. But the MEC has clarified that let's get the department to function like a proper government.
Yeah, thank you for that response. You see, it speaks to exactly what I was speaking about earlier on, that people don't want to move. Why? Because they're entrenched. Why? And you've said it yourself. 60 years old, most probably 40 years or 30 odd years in that, or 20 odd years in that particular position with a huge experience but not wanting to be promoted. You've said it yourself. Huh? So you know where the problems lie. Cameras that should have been up there for years haven't been working. It speaks to the issue about the lack of political will, and I'm going to say political will, to make it happen. There's a lack of will to make it happen because, and I said it earlier on, you're here for 5 years, they're going to be there forever. But you're speaking about perception. It impacts upon us as public representatives more than what it does upon you as officials. Because officials does something and the politicians gets the reputation for it. A case in point was raised again today in the House. During COVID, schools that are not being occupied gets deep cleansed or whatever it is, and who's the person that is being earmarked as or being shown out as being corrupt? The then MEC is now a premier. So do you understand where it is? And here it is. It's not just about which political party you belong to. The minute you are a public representative, the first thing they look at is your shoes, they look at your dress, they look at your car. and there is already an opinion form. But enough of that, we digressing a bit. But I think you're getting the essence of what we are talking about here, because the rest of these questions relates exactly to the issues. You've given us a comprehensive, in your response to MEC, indirectly to a whole lot of these other questions that are coming out here. So in the first instance, if all these questions were answered with a brief, not as briefly, one-liners as what it was, and cut and paste, we can see when it's cut and paste. We wouldn't be here. You hear MEC, it's your first time. I hope it's not such an unpleasant environment. We have a job to do. Please don't take it personally. We have a job to do, and we're going to do it unapologetically. Huh? We have to be honest and serious about our things, but we're digressing. Member Kaba, if the question answers the next question, and you feel it does, please, then we don't need to repeat that question, all right?
Okay, thanks, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair, Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable MEC, Honorable members and colleagues. My question, Chair, will be on expenditure management. MEC, one of the findings was a fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and the majority of it was caused by interest charged due to late payment of suppliers. Can the MEC provide the committee with detailed reason why the accounting officer did not take effective and appropriate steps to prevent fruitful and wasteful expenditure? And also provide the committee with detailed reasons why the accounting officer did not investigate timelessly. My next question speaks to consequence management. What disciplinary actions have been taken against the accounting officer for not investigating timelessly, and the staff who caused the payment of interest related to late payments of suppliers? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Honourable Member, for the question. As you know, that the previous HOD was moved. These are some of the steps that were taken to deal with the role of the accounting officer. So that aspect, that's what we've been done. Is there anything you want to add there? Beyond that?
As indicated, Honorable Member, that members who, because of the AG's report, we have taken the stance against almost all chief directors. As I said, the first part of the disciplinary processes was engaged, but we also have had a restorative processes of helping them to grow. We have requested support from Treasury to get the department to function well. So there are two ways that we have engaged, one being semi-punitive, but also to restore the department, because we also don't want to lose the capabilities of the department. The CFO, precisely because he reports directly to the HOD, action was taken, and it's inclusive of all other issues that financial governance of the department, if it's poor, the follow-up has been done. So to the point of the question, action has been taken. We can give Honourable Member the sense of what we did on the CFO and some members of that financial governance. And the action has not ended because we are in the process of re-engineering the department in a way that it will function to its maximum. Thank you, Chair.
HOD, is the response a future intent, or it is what was actioned currently?
We have actioned currently.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Are you happy, Member Kaba? Thank you.
Member must know that the next letter that we're going to give them is why they shouldn't be dismissed. I'm going to have given them this one now. If I don't get the next one, and they are all here, fortunately, they are listening. If that's the next letter that they're going to be getting, so that we get results now.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, MEC. The committee met, we sent a question to the department. The question was informed by the report of the AG. When you read your annual report, it's on page 284. The AG makes a statement that the department has procured goods to the value above 1 million rand without inviting competitive bids as required by regulations. In your response as a department, the response seems to be disagreeing with the AG. Because in your response, you give us a statement about a company called Madenda Holdings, that they procured goods to the value of 846,000 rands. And in subsequent questions that we asked as a committee, you have based your responses based on this Madenda Holdings. Maybe the first question, do you disagree? Because you seem to argue that there was only one transaction, only one. So I would want to check, Chair, who is correct here? Is it the AG or is it the department? So that we can say, but AG, please next time be careful when you write. You don't just write things that don't exist. Can I check? Is the department suggesting that the AG is wrong in making that finding?
Through the Chair, thank you, Honorable Kunen. The age is correct. So that response, it is that invoice splitting. It was the invoice splitting that was flagged by the AG.
Okay, but Kwande Chair, when did you send this question? When did we send this question? So we sent this question 2nd of October. And this department, this management here, in its response, argued that there's none. MEC. The response that you gave us, because the response that you gave us is that, and I'll just read the response. You are saying Madenda Holdings was issued with a PO, then you say the PO number, and then in subsequent questions that we asked, you are basically saying no, because the subsequent question that we asked, and I'll go to the question. We ask a question, indicate to the committee what disciplinary actions were taken against officials responsible for the procurement of goods and service with a transaction value above R1 million without inviting bids. You say none. And this is a response that we received like a few weeks ago. Because the passage order issued to Madenda in the 2004-2005 was less than R1 million. So this response, as I say, argues. And then we ask you a question again. So I'm saying, MEC, the response that we got now does not reflect the spirit that says, yeah, but we have taken action against those who are splitting orders. The question in its response now seems to suggest that, no. Where we are standing, the AG is wrong, we don't have such problems. I mean, while in page 277 of of your annual report, you are, and I'll just go to it. In page 277, it says supply chain management, procurements by other means. You note that on Freedom Day project, you bought goods to the value of 3.4 million, where you deviated from competitive bidding. I'm just saying, you mentioned Freedom Day. There's no way, I've checked the whole report, there's no way we talk of Badenda Holdings. Zero. Nowhere. But you bring it up in your response to the questions about the deviation or goods that were bought, procured, without aligning yourself with the, that's why I was asking, who's wrong? Is it the AG or it's now? So I'm just saying, MEC, the answers suggest that it's avoidance of answering a question. It's avoidance of answering the question. Yeah, maybe let me give the MEC a chance to respond to this.
Let me just give the HOD first.
Chair, I think the AG is correct. We have had a session with the AG on all the findings, and we have considered that the department has a tradition of splitting, which create problems. In my earlier comment, I did say part of the capacity we are building on supply chain is to improve the committee system of procuring, because the quotation approach, it creates a fertile ground for abuse of the state. So we concede firstly. The second part that we perhaps need to take responsibility and apologize on the part you are making, or that we seem to be disagreeing with AG. We will retreat on that part with the staff, why we should say we are competing with AG, because I think we shouldn't have said none. It's a problem. So may I take the responsibility, Chair, and request that we will go back for the check why we said none to the committee. We have gone through twice with this report as more to prepare for this meeting. And I must apologize that I didn't pick it up, that we said none. So it's in that, Chair, that I want to request apology and request that we will follow up on the none. I think that it could be misleading to say there's no splitting. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So, because the next question that we asked, which I'm going to repeat, because the first answer that you gave to us was obviously based on a denial. So what steps have you taken, I'm not sure whether it's covered by your earlier response, against those officials who procured goods without following proper procurement processes? And maybe you can also answer the third question that we asked, which was also not properly answered because of a denial. Maybe this one you have already answered, but I'll ask it again. What preventative plans have you put in place to ensure that this thing never happens? As I said, maybe the last question is already answered, but I'm more interested in actions that you have taken against those specific officials, because I want to assume that you have identified those individuals, you know them. And if you have taken action, please indicate. If you have already responded, you can reaffirm that you did respond. The officers that you spoke about are the ones that I'm asking about.
Through Chair, Honorable Kunene, where we are, we said earlier, obviously the first part of steps. I mean, I've responded. It's more similar to what was asked by Honorable Masai in terms of internally what we're doing to make sure that we don't have that anymore. But for those officials, I've said earlier that we currently dealing with these issues as they come up. So we are aware of this, and steps will be taken against those officials responsible. But obviously we have to do it right, because ultimately, if there's anything, an outcome that I want is me seeing their backs exiting the department. So to get to that point, obviously you will have to take time and collate the data. So now the evidence. So but it's part of issues that we are dealing with currently. It's part of it, of the challenges that we are dealing with certain officials. And some of them, they know. Some of them have already begun to act. Some are coming. But action is being taken, Honorable Kunen.
I'm going to just ask a few follow-up questions. Who compiled this particular response? Is that person in the House, in this meeting? Who's the person?
Yes.
Good afternoon, honorable members. Indeed, these responses were done by the officials who were there last year when these issues were raised, when we were performing the duties by the end of the financial year, who are within the CFO's office, because I joined, I started acting as from October. But indeed, this was really an oversight, because if indeed they responded as such, and whereas it's like we are disagreeing with the Auditor General. Indeed, the colleagues are here, and apologies for that.
So those officials are not here.
Let me just check. Besides yourself, there's no one else.
It's Director Supply Chain and Director Finance.
It was the previous SCM. Chair, like I said, I've entered there, so some officials will be missing there and there. So where we can't respond now, clearly to your satisfaction, please give us that opportunity to write to you comprehensively, not these one-liners anymore.
Yeah.
Not this one-liner, a comprehensive response that will be written to say, this is the question we could not really conclude on in SCOPA, but this is where we are. But there's been a lot of changes in the department, Chair, that have been done, because honestly, I don't want to say anything. I don't want to say who was there, what was it, but now we are fixing things there.
Yeah, MEC, thank you so much for that response. You see, there's a reason why I'm asking these follow-up questions and asking who the officials actually are. Because last year we had this very same thing about splitting of orders. The HOD said it. 3 million, it gets split. You bring it in at under $1 million, and therefore you can go out on the tender process, and of course, preferred people are given the contracts, because there's no oversight. Now, what I'm speaking to you here, and I'll give it to you now, Member Kunene, is the fact that these questions were sent to your department, and yes, you knew. We understand that. You're dealing with the issue. But now we want to speak to process and procedures, right? That finds us here. So I have to sign off. I'm the person that has to sign off before it goes anywhere. In this committee, before anything goes to the members, whatever the support staff does, I have to look at, and my signature goes to it before it goes to the members. So when I'm aware of the fact that there are certain things happening, and those officials that are accounting have to account for a question such as this, surely you go through the report first before you just sign it off and send it back to us. You've indicated, sir, that something like 3 times you've been through the report, and we don't pick up the question, and the Auditor General speaks about the repeat finding, and then one red herring gets thrown at us about the 800,000 rand thing, and says, oh, there's nothing happening here, and it slips through your fingers. How much more is slipping through your fingers? That's just a question. Don't answer, please. Member Kunene.
No, MEC, I was obviously thinking that the question is done and it's done, but the response by your officials now is worrying me, because this is not an old thing. As I said, MEC, earlier, we asked this question in October. The responses were probably done now in October or November. October. It must have been in October. So I'm just asking MEC, can you please go and make sure that the house is cleaned with your HOD? Because as the chair indicates, as things stand now, these are your responses, and where we are sitting, your officials sent to us a response that is incorrect. So it can't be still blaming the people who are gone. It's the people who are here now, who are in this room. So I'm just saying, please, let's fix this problem so that you as a political head don't have to be responding to or taking responsibility for things that are done by people who are supposed to help you do your job better. But there's still further blaming of the past. If this thing doesn't stop, they'll continue making these mistakes and the past will continuously be being blamed. It's not right.
We'll take that as a comment, as advice, as experience. MEC, happiness.
No, definitely I'll take it as such.
Thank you. Member Evans?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, MEC. I'd like to ask 2 questions regarding the internal control deficiencies. The first one would be if the MEC can provide the committee with details of why the accounting officer did not ensure that senior management adequately monitors the controls to prevent non-compliance with laws and regulations. And then my second question is, can the MEC also please provide the committee with details of why the accounting officer did not ensure that senior management implements sufficient controls for the preparation of valid, accurate, and complete annual performance reports that is supported by reliable supporting information. This resulted in material findings in the selected material indicators. Thank you.
MEC, the actual question would be, provide the committee with details as to why the accounting officer did not ensure that senior management adequately monitored or monitors the controls to prevent non-compliance with laws and regulations.
I will read this response, Chair, and then I will add towards the end. Here, Chair was saying the accounting officer acknowledges that there were shortcomings in the exercise of oversight responsibility relating to internal controls over procurement, contract management, and the preparation of the annual financial statements and performance report. The primary contributing factors included capacity constraints within the finance and supply chain management unit, inadequate segregation of duties due to staff turnover and delays in the finalization of the internal control framework during the reporting period. These factors resulted in the lapses in monitoring compliance with legislation and weaknesses in the quality review of financial and performance information. To address this, the department has since the financial statement submitted for auditing must and will be prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework and or supported by full and proper records as required by Section 40, 1A and B of the PFMA. Monthly financial statements are prepared, reviewed by management, ensuring that the supporting documents are accurate and complete. The Section 40 reports that is part of the schedules and annexures to the financial statements are thoroughly reviewed by GPT to ensure compliance to the financial reporting frameworks. Management should ensure that the financial statements and related supporting schedules are adequately reviewed for accuracy and completeness. Strengthen the internal control unit to conduct regular compliance reviews, implemented a detailed financial reporting checklist aligned with the modified cash standards, enhanced oversight through monthly management review meetings, which are chaired by the accounting officer, and initiated training for SCM officials and finance managers on PFMA and treasury regulation. That's the response.
Thank you, MEC. I'm happy, Chair.
Any other questions, Member Evans?
No, thank you, Chair. No, I don't have any other questions.
Okay. They covered by the previous remarks made. Okay. MEC, you know, in the previous year, the MEC and the HOD made commitments to us. And of they made 6 commitments to us. 2 was fully implemented, whereas 4 remained in progress. That means 33% of them were implemented, right? So we know we're asking a new MEC now, but I want you to get the gist as to why we're asking this, so that it doesn't repeat itself. And the question to you was, you must provide the committee with what mechanisms are in place to ensure that commitments made by the MEC and the HOD in previous years do not remain, and I'm in brackets, in progress indefinitely. Okay? And your response was that we must see an extra A of the MEC's comments. Right now, what is, you know, it's just C, an extra A. It doesn't kind of engage us on the issues. So you made a number of promises yourself and the HOD, and we noted, and a year from now, are we going to ask the same questions, or is it going to be different? I'm going to trust you. It's the first time this year, I'm going to trust you that it's going to be different. I listened to the action that you've been taking since you've been there, together with the new CFO acting and HOD and the rest, and I'm going to say, you know, because the next question was going to talk about risk management, which deals with all the other issues that we've already raised. That please, MEC, HOD, and the rest of your senior staff, let's take this exercise that we've gone through, as tedious and as difficult as what it is, as a learning process. As a process we all learn. As a process we come to realize that it can't be business as usual, and the MEC, that the Premier likes to repeat that it can't be business as usual. We're going to need to take our responsibilities very seriously. But I'm going to reiterate, and I'm going to conclude with the following. We are partners in this journey of service to our people. We as public representatives and as the MEC as well, and as this committee can't do it on our own. We need you. We need you as public servants, civil servants. I'm pleading with you. let us show the people of Gauteng and South Africa that we can make it happen. Thank you, MEC. Member Tlebere, is there anything that you'd like to say? It's your department. I put my foot into it earlier on, and I'll deal with Simon later.
No, honestly, Chair, I'm just, I usually say SCOPA likes to keep us long and what, but I'm actually happy today. And that I actually attended because as the chair of the committee also, this is some of the questions that we've been raising, and this is the responses, some of them that we got. And I know that we have the new acting HOD who has committed that there will be turnaround, which partly give us comfort that something will be done, but it's just the word of the mouth. We are still yet to see if implementation as per the promise will be done. But so far, we will only, as the chair also, tighten up the screws and monitor the department as we continue with our oversight, because for the longest time this department is one of the worst performing department, and it also does not drag only this department, the entire Gauteng, because it means when you look at the projection of the Gauteng, this department drags the entire Gauteng down. So I think it's time that we fix the house, and I will also be on their toes, Chair. And I don't know, Chair, you wanted me. Oh, okay. Because partly I will know the response, but maybe I will. MEC, the committee has gone through the questions that you have provided on the response. But as the committee, we need clarity, because the answers provided do not satisfy the level of accountability required in this committee. Your response does not give factual update on the appointment of the board. Instead, you refer to a proposal for future interim structure. The committee expects a status report on where the appointment process is actually standing. Maybe you need to take us through the completed steps, the outstanding steps, and the timeline for finalization. How far are you? Is there any shortlisting? What is still outstanding? I know as the committee also, we have also written to the MEC trying to assist the department to fast track the registration of the GFC as a public entity. And we, as the committee also, we did not even receive a response from the Premier's office. We wrote to the Premier's office. So maybe as part of the follow-up, we must also invite the Premier to also respond on this, because we have written to ourselves. We have not getting a response. So maybe MEC, on the issue of the appointment of the board and the registration of the GFC as the public entity, will be how far are you? And in terms of the, I know there's a draft bill and the policy proposals that have been developed, and that you are waiting for it to be tabled at the EXCO. That is noted. However, you have still not provided timelines. When is EXCO expected to sit? When is it? When do you think this will be tabled at the next ESCO, which steps should maybe as this committee also do to try to assist the fast tracking, because that is one of the things that also frustrate us as the committee, that GFC is not operating legally because there's no board. Thank you.
No, thank you, Chair. CEO, can you give the mic or come to this one?
All right. Apologies. Good afternoon, Chairperson and committee members. I think in the last SCOPA sitting when we came here, we had made progress in terms of the draft bill that was then submitted to the Provincial Treasury and subsequent to that to the National Treasury, which has received endorsement subject to the provincial process being followed. We did engage the team in the Premier's office with regards to the steps going forward. We were informed that there is a certain process to be followed, starting with the policy proposals, which we have developed quite an extensive and comprehensive document. At this particular point, we have engaged the Premier's office, particularly the unit that is responsible for taking this process further. We are awaiting dates to be provided to us. So, Chair, we are not making significant progress with regards to the dates from the Premier's office at this particular point, which is currently a stumbling block. The HOD and myself are attending to it. We are hoping that in the next couple of days, we will have concrete days that are given to us. The team is ready to take the process forward for further consultation to table all documents that are necessary. With respect to the matter of the board, there was a meeting held with the former board on the 1st of July this year. The MEC has made an undertaking to resolve this particular matter, and we are hoping that this week that the names, following a process that was undertaken, following the MOI, because the GFC is currently an NPC governed by Companies Act, so the process is quite clear that has been followed. The MEC will then be in a position to sign off, hopefully in the next week, MEC, the names that have been furnished to your office. And if this is done in the next 7 days, Chairperson, we would have resolved one of the biggest hurdles to ensure that there is stability in the organizations. Thanks, Chair.
No, thank you, Chair. Perhaps the issue, as I've said, is with the Premier's office, because I know the responses, because we've also been trying to assist in that. And I know there have been efforts in also their part to make sure that the GFC is registered, there is board. So hence I'm saying perhaps the Premier's office needed to be taken on board to fast track the process. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am, for that comprehensive response. if we had to get a comprehensive response such as the one that you've given to us, we wouldn't need to ask those questions again, because the responses we got was 2 one-liners and leaves us in the dark as to where, what. And now we understand where the problem lies, where the hurdle is, the stumbling block in the Premier's office. From our side, we will definitely be engaging the Premier on the matter because we are here to resolve your issues as well. We are able to remove those stumbling blocks, we will do so. Yeah, collaboration. So therefore, just a comprehensive one. No Fustanos, now we understand where we are at. We couldn't go any further with the one-liners that we got. A proposal has been made to the MEC for an interim oversight until registration is listed as a public, and we wanted a comprehensive one question. And then similarly to the board. The MEC must provide an update with the GFC board, which is, of course, the MEC interim oversight. You talk about an oversight until, and we're talking about the board. You see, the wording could be different. So why do you refer to an interim oversight? Is it about the board carrying that oversight? No, you can answer from there, it's fine.
I'm just going to be a bit loud for recording purposes.
Oh, for recording. Just put on here, then. Okay, sorry, just wait, we'll bring them out.
So, Chairperson, the board that will be appointed right now would be for oversight and accountability purposes up until registration. We are anticipating that the public entity will be registered or the bill will be approved by sometime next year, of which it will call for another process that is therefore prescribed for public entities. So yes, the board in terms of the MOI will be a full board that will cease to exist upon the registration of the entity. So I think we are just using words for purposes of trying to bring clarity. It is a fully functioning board under the MOI and Companies Act, but we will therefore, so this is why we're calling it an interim structure until the process of registration has taken place. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You may think we're being a bit pedantic, but maybe 2 years, 3 years, 5 years down the line, some PhD or honors or master's student comes and does some research. They must be able to read it and understand it. Okay, so thank you so much for that response. MEC, we've just got some resolutions emanating from the 23-24 that you have responded to, but maybe just give us a little bit more information on it. And that is, we were looking at the issue with regard to lawsuits. We want to get from you details as to the effectiveness of the measures put in place to minimize lawsuits. Because last year we were dealing with the issue regarding lawsuits, and there was a commitment made that you'd put certain, and I say you because you carry the same hat, unfortunately, the MEC made certain promises that certain things will be done, and we just want to get it from you as to how effective has it been.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'll give that one to Dr. Masondo.
Thank you very much, MEC. We had provided an earlier response that was seen as futuristic, not talking to what we are doing. And I'm just going to speak to the revised response that speaks to the 2 measures that we've taken in the previous financial year to minimize lawsuits. So the first leg was us having targeted engagement with the Office of the State Attorney on litigation matters that they were handling. In the past, there will be some default judgment due to some administrative delays. But with our first measure, we insisted on having regular meetings with them, focused on matters that were long-standing, and to show that that approach has been effective. In the previous financial year, we managed to close 4 litigation matters, which in turn reduced our contingent liability. And the second measure that we took was appointing a private attorney, which dealt with 2 matters in particular, where the state attorney really was not on top of their game. And these are matters that we've had a lot of default judgment and where the risk of effectively losing them on the basis of us not adhering to the court rules. And as we speak, even though the matters are not closed, but they are now properly enrolled at court in terms, and they are in the opposed role of court. And we are confident that moving forward, now that we're no longer discussing technicalities of court rules, we're dealing with the substance. With that second measure of appointing the private attorney to deal with those 2 matters. So that's what we've done, so that we can respond to the specific question of what is it that we have done. And we believe that the measures that we've put, they are quite effective. There's been quite a huge reduction in terms of the default judgment, and some of the matters we managed to close successfully. Thanks, Ms.
You see that last speech of your statement that you've made now, that you've concluded on, that is actually what you were looking for. All these others were, yes, the certain steps that you had taken and so on, but they were futuristic in their response. What we're looking at is how effective is it. So you say there's been a huge reduction. When you say a huge reduction, how long is a piece of string? There were so many previously, there's so many resolved as compared to. And that's the type of answers that we have, so that it informs us as to the effectiveness of the measures we put into place. So in future, please, can we just keep that in mind when questions are asked? And then, sorry, let me just, technology, MEC, catches us over. Okay, it deals with the same issue, really. Bear with me. Some of the questions that we have compiled, you've answered generically earlier on, so we're not going to ask you those questions. Let me see, that concludes this part of our business. I'm going to propose that we have a 5 or 10 minute body break, and then we'll proceed with the next department. Thank you so much. I think there must be some tea or something outside, please. Feel free to help yourselves. Thank you, colleagues. Yeah, go and eat, go and eat. We're doing education now. How did it go? They feel the pressure now. They must feel the heat. Thank you.
Okay, it's fine. In the question you asked, in the AG report, there's two questions that you never asked in the AG report, which are very critical, but I'm going to ask.
Yeah, when you, the question to have, yeah, can you
you might
answer?
have, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thanks so much. Colleagues, thank you. MEC, once more, thank you. HOD, I saw you here earlier. You really have a lot of patience. So once more, we apologize for the delay. It wasn't for private business. It was legislature business that kept us, as well as the MEC, occupied, and a very important one when it comes to the issue of democracy. I'm very happy about the fact that we have a stable government moving forward, because that's something we can ill afford, is to have provincial government become as unstable as we see our local governments are. So we live on, and we have a task to perform. And to the rest of the staff who's also been here, it's been a long day. We appreciate the fact that you are here. And I'm going to just reiterate what I said earlier on. There may be people here who didn't hear what I said earlier on. We are part of a team. The committee is not here as some type of boogeyman, not at all. We as public representatives elected into public office together with the MEC have a duty to perform in terms of service delivery and improving the lives of our people. And just so does the administration, which is the civil servants, such as yourselves, when it comes to the administration. You have a duty to perform. You are the implementers of the political mandate and manifesto deliveries on those promises that were made in those manifestos. So together we achieve, or together we fail. And we have a job to do. It is never personal, please. If we do come across as being a bit rough, it is just because it is very serious business that we are involved in here. And we'd like to get to the bottom of it, and in so doing, find resolutions to the myriad of challenges that we face. So having said that, we'll now continue with our deliberations, and I'll hand over to Member Mosai.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to you, MEC, and the officials of education. So in the findings, there has been material uncertainty relating to contingent liabilities. Now, the committee would like you to provide it with portfolio of evidence of disciplinary steps that were taken against officials responsible for these adverse incidents. Thanks. Chair, I'll also maybe just say, maybe the MEC should also be at liberty to maybe ask the officials to respond, as some of these are technical, we do understand. Yes.
No, thanks, Honorable Musai. True. Let me give the HOD to respond first, and Nisbi I'll add.
Thank you, and good afternoon, honorable members, MEC, and colleagues. The disciplinary action around the contingent liabilities, especially when they materialize, is somewhat of a complicated matter. If you take the listing that we have got, 40% of our liabilities come from a single incident in a school, which was called Driehoek, where a large number of children passed on or were hurt. When we looked into the matter, we could not ascertain the responsibility of a single individual that contributed to that. It was as a result to wear and tear over a long period of time. In addition, what we found in that specific instance was that whoever did the maintenance 15 years before the incident had trimmed a metal plate that resulted in fatigue of the support for that walkway that led to its collapse. So in a way, we were unable to deal with those specific claims in a way of saying there's an official at the school that could be liable for those particular damages. So it is mainly as a result of wear and tear that was not visible to the eye. And that was what the structural assessment of that particular incident was. And in a second case, there was an incident of sexual abuse in schools such as Parktown Boys. And in that instance, the incident related to a teacher that was an SGB paid teacher. And therefore, the liability is vested with the school. I think it's very important to know that in terms of the South African Schools Act, the SGB is a juristic person that can be sued and is technically responsible for all liabilities arising out of its operations. In that instance, the school had its own liability cover, and they were then able to settle that without the department having to deal with it. In a large number of the cases related to contingent liabilities that are still on the books as still in process, a large number of them is we receive letters of demand but no follow-up. And those mainly relate to incidents at schools. And those incidents at schools are where the pastoral care of the school, the teachers and the principal is not being performed, and learners get hurt on the premises without the necessary supervision of the teachers. And in those instances, it's very difficult to deal with those specific instances. I may have to ask the CRO through the MEC if he wants to add on to some of those matters. He's got the mic.
So maybe, Chair, before the CRO responds, because then I think it will be in the line function of the CRO, considering the responses that you are giving now, this may happen, in the future. So obviously there must be some risk control measures that you would need to put in place so that you mitigate against those risks. Maybe if you could just inform the committee, having gone through this, whether now there are plans that have been put in place.
Can I just add to that as well? Okay. Surely there must be some inspection being done by some, maybe DID, with regard to especially where you have step-up schools, 3 and 4 stories, for those stairways, etc., to be inspected on a regular basis to avoid such disasters happened at Driehoek. So was that investigated? And maybe not found who the particular person is, but a lack of, because definitely there was lack of something that led to it. So maybe, and the rationale for asking that question is, once a person is able to identify where, okay, it was shaved, as you said, the metal was shaved, who did the inspection? Or was inspections done? If not, so now we need to focus upon that type of inspection on all schools, as mentioned earlier on, so that we can be preventative instead of, something first happening for us to then address them.
You still want to come in, CRO?
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson. And good afternoon, committee members. I think what I want to add to the inputs by HOD is that on these two cases that HOD is referring to, the Driehoek and the Parktown Boys one, the department did appoint independent law firms to investigate those instances. And in terms of the terms of references for those investigations, one of the things they were supposed to do was to assess, as part of the TOR, whether there's any official of the department that is capable in terms of having caused the incidences. And on both occasions, in fact, on the part of the Driehoek, the investigation states very clearly that there was no capability on the part of any official of the department. And as HOD has already said, the Parktown Boys one, the official or the educator was an SGB employed educator. So in as far as the disciplinary action could have been taken, the department, as it is not an employer in this case, they won't be able to take such actions. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, on the question that you asked about the buildings, we started a long time ago with something called the School Register of Needs. We undertook that exercise nationally by appointing third parties. Then it was converted to NIMS, National Infrastructure Maintenance sort of system. Unfortunately, the national department changed the methodology and said the principal will do the assessment. However, in the year before we implemented the feeder zones in Gauteng, we appointed an independent company to go and do a conditional assessment of every single school. And we have developed a profile of every single school and the risks attached to those schools. We even have a report that estimated the cost of repairing all the schools to bring it to the requirements of the norms and standards. So we do have that. However, the problem, if I have to use Driehoek as an example, the problem is that the conditional assessment would have required high-end technology to do the assessment. So the company that did the assessment for us used 3D imaging. They had to use kind of, I'm not too sure if it's called radar or something, where they actually penetrate and they do an X-ray of the structures. Now that turned out to be quite expensive. However, in the case of Driehoek, we had it as a donation. But if we had to include that in our conditional assessment, we would exhaust the budget for infrastructure. So we are trying to improve on that, which will be a combination of the conditional assessment and the visual assessment of schools. And what we want to do is to now automate that with an app. So as the principal walks around the school, they can send us photographs with GPS coordinates of where the problems are. And that will tell us what is going to be needed to be done urgently. And not for us to be reactive when the problem becomes bigger. Chair, in addition to that, and I think the MEC will add on the other preventative approaches we take in, but what we want to also do is that 12.5% of the budget of a school is ring fence for minor repairs. A ceiling doesn't fall until each nail starts disappearing from an entire panel. And if a school has got a budget for minor repairs, why can't it repair the small things before it becomes big things? And so part of the process is that we need to get better accountability for that ring fence allocation. So if you take a school of 1,000 learners, that's in excess of 150,000 rands that they have for a year. And if a school operates for 10 months, that's 15,000 rands a month for minor repairs. So we shouldn't be having problems of blocked toilets, broken windows, ceilings hanging, and that's the accountability that we want. I don't know, MC, if you want to add on the other measures?
No, just to add quickly is that we have advised schools to take up insurance as well to cover, so that it doesn't fall on us at that office. So schools also take up that liability as well. So that's what we, as part of mitigation for future.
Member Masai? Happiness. You see, MEC, I hear you about the advice, and I think it's good and sound advice about the insurance. So they take out that, they call it maybe Caesarea, if you want to call it that, insurance. And then you also third-party liability, which is the other one as well. But you see, included in that can be Caesarea, because you're taking out one policy, normally Caesarea forms part of it. For where you have those incidents of maybe flooding or whatever the case may be. And then we talk about the issue with regard to the inspection of buildings. Our school principal is an educator. He's not an engineer. He's not even a tradesman, or she's not even a tradesman. We put in the responsibility on people, quite frankly, round pegs in square holes. It doesn't work. It speaks to the issue with regard to the challenges we face when it comes to budgets at schools. You look at your schools in the lower LSMs, and we expect the school principal and the SGB to do accounting and to handle a budget of a good couple of million rand. Where's the expertise? It's a challenge that we face, right? And it's a real challenge, because that opens up to a whole lot of issues. Mismanagement, maladministration, and everything else that goes with it. And I don't just talk more so about the lower LSMs, because it's a given. I grew up in the ghettos. I got educated, I moved out of the ghetto. I look at all my school friends, we moved out. And when I look back to where we come from, those who have remained, unfortunately, don't have the skills. So we have to go back to employ, but my children don't go to those schools. So even from an SGV perspective, that loss of expertise that goes with it. So those are the challenges that we face, and I think we need to, and I emphasize we need to find a solution to it. Because it is indeed a very big challenge that we face. And we're going to have this recurring. We're going to have it recurring. So yeah, it's more statement than anything else, but if there's anything that you'd perhaps like to add to a problem that we have recognized together as to how do we come up with some solutions to it. We need to look at, who was it that said, the chief whip earlier on today, and I listened to him very attentively. We sit with these challenges. We are the lawmakers. We are the policy formulators. What are we doing about it to try and change it? So it's our challenge. Okay. Member Kunene?
Thank you, Chair. The question is informed by your annual report, the AG section. It's on page 270 of your report, MEC. The AG notes that some of the goods and services were procured above R1 million without inviting competitive bids. That's clause 32 of your annual report. the AG part, so that you can locate it if page 270 of your annual report, so you shouldn't struggle to find it. We asked a question as a department where we wanted detailed reasons for deviation, and you responded. And the response that you were conducting determination tests, which we note. So a follow-up question was then asked. Which official has been properly processed? And then your response is that only one official has been placed on precautionary suspension as you investigate the irregular expenditure. So my question is it only one official who procured these goods? This official that you deemed it necessary to suspend him or her, is it only them who could ask for the bids, approve, and ensure that finally the person is paid? So is it not supposed to be a team of people who finally approve these things? So maybe I will need a bit of education on the procurement processes, because I want to understand, how does it possible that the department felt that we have identified that there was something wrong here, but only one person? So this person did the entire process alone. Maybe just answer that question for me. Yeah, I'll have a follow-up question.
No, thanks, Honorable Member and Chair. Chair, just maybe to outline the issue of expo factors, which is what led to the irregular expenditure incurred. So an expo factor will occur in an instance where an official of the department, and usually it's an official of the department, will go out and commit the department without following the process. So there is an outline process that if you need a service or goods, you will start by filling a requisition, the requisition gets approved, and ultimately you will have an order that then gets processed through the supply chain mechanisms. However, in this instance, the official would have committed the department, and subsequent to the commitment, when the service providers raise the invoices, we then have to go back and follow up to say what has happened. One of the things that is required is that the law, once the services have been rendered, we must pay the service provider within 30 days of the invoice. So we then follow the process, which is why we call it an expo facto. We follow the process subsequent to the event to pay the service provider, which then, Honorable Member, that's when the team will get involved. But it's subsequent to the commitment of the irregularity having occurred. And I think I will leave the question of whether is it the only person to the colleagues.
So this one official was able to procure goods, as you explained, of above R1 million. And the department was then able to finally pay. So this official committed the department to, because this is above R1 million. So it was possible to do that.
Chair, if I may. So the individual here is the person who is responsible for the procurement of security for the department in respect of high-risk schools. What the person does is basically, let's assume that there was an incident at a school that required an urgent response. Instead of doing the needs assessment, writing the submission for approval, the person will phone XYZ security service and just phone them and say, please report to the school, there's an urgent matter, stay there until further notice. No consultation with supervisory levels, with the department. In actual fact, the law allows for an emergency response if there is a potential threat to life or anything of the sort. But it requires a simple process. Contact the head of department or contact the CFO. And even if it's by email, get approval to do that as an emergency. Now that's allowed in law. This individual did not do that, and it's not only one school. So it's an incident of R1 million. But there were more incidents than one that this person committed the department to. And so when we were sitting, what we then get is an invoice and a claim against the department. And in order to manage the claim, we then have to investigate the circumstances under which that, and then those people will tell us, no, person X told us to assume duty in the school and to perform the services for an extended period of time. And then we say, but don't you know you need this in writing? And they will say, no, he said it's an emergency and we need to do it, the paperwork will follow. So that's the kind of commitment that the individual gave to the service provider without the delegated authority to do so. And that is essentially what had happened. So it's not as if the person broke the normal procurement process. He totally disregarded the procurement process.
Okay. So, Chair, maybe the follow-up question is then, if this can happen, what have you done to stop it from happening again? Because it looks like it's something that is possible to happen again. What steps have the department taken to prevent it happening again?
Chair, the first thing we've done is we've now terminated that service to schools. So nobody can activate that service to schools. 2, we have removed the delegation from even the director level. Those delegations are now sitting with the CFO. And the CFO will have to apply his mind to make sure that it complies with SCM processes before any decision. So that was the 2 immediate ones. 2 is that we haven't done it, but we will do it, is we will have a meeting with all the security companies that we do business with to inform them that they have no authority to start any work without anything in writing. Because, you know, it's easy for people to respond to an urgent plea, and they think they're doing the right thing, but in the meantime, even what they think is the right thing is not the right thing. And so we then need to make sure that all our service providers are aware that they cannot act if they don't have a purchase order or an instruction that is signed off by the head of department, not even the CFO. That would be the control measures that we've had to put into place since this process started. Thank you.
Okay. So, Chair, so this was the only incident in the entire department where goods were procured without following the processes. Okay. So you're doing the test. So the purpose of the determination test is to find what? Because you know who's the person.
Can you repeat?
You said you are doing a determination test. That was in your response as the department when we asked you when you asked the question.
So, Chair, in terms of the...
You said you had determination tests and investigations.
Sure. So when you're dealing with a process or an incident such as what we're describing, the Treasury guidelines requires us to do an assessment.
Okay.
The assessment says, is it irregular or not? That's the first question. Then if you say it's irregular, that you must disclose it correctly as an irregular expenditure. And then two, the investigation means you've got to now determine culpability and follow through with consequence management.
No,
So the current suspension of the individual is to allow us to investigate the matter fully and then to proceed with charges through a disciplinary process.
Thank you. The AG further continues in their report. It's in the same page 270, paragraph or clause 33. The AG says some of the construction contracts were awarded to contractors that were not registered with the CIDB and did not qualify for the contract in terms of in accordance with the sections of CIDB Act and CIDB Regulation 17. So can the department explain why were these contracts awarded to contractors who were not registered with the CIDB in contravention of Section 18 of the Act and Regulation 17? And maybe you can also tell us who authorized these irregular appointments and what corrective and disciplinary actions have been initiated to address this breach of procurement legislation?
Chair, through you, thank you, Honorable Tulan. This one, I think it needs to be understood which contract are we talking about here. This is a mobile contract, the free prefabs.
Prefabs?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, prefabs are manufactured, it's not brick and mortar, it's not pure construction.
Okay.
I don't know, in fact, maybe the AG is here. I don't know why they say there must be a CIDB for a mobile, because there is no construction work at all on a mobile. You know, but they felt that mobiles must comply to CIDB, and CIDB themselves says they don't recognize mobiles as because it's manufactured. It's not brick and mortar. It's not construction work. So for us that we got this determination, I'm still baffled. You know that. But how did you get to this point? Because it's a known fact that it's not construction. You know, it's like now you're wanting CIDB for a Wendy house when it's just wood there. You know, I mean, that's what they're saying. So now, this is what they say. It's not a single project. It's got no. There's no. It was not speaking to construction work, whether it's school, whether it's maintenance in school. Those ones were fully complied with the CIDB. It was just this one on mobiles, which CIDB themselves have said, written to us and say they don't recognize it. Therefore, they cannot say to us that this should be what is the word?
Yeah.
Speak better. Requirement. It should be a requirement on it. So I don't want to say the AG was wrong or right, but I don't agree with them at all here.
Okay.
I really think that this was an emotional, if not ill-conceived determination from my part.
Okay.
Ma'am, you represent the AG, right? And this is your portfolio. Can you please respond?
Good afternoon, Chairperson, committee members, and all officials, MEC. I greet you all. My name is Nogukanya Vilagazi. Yes. So this finding was discussed with management greatly in length, because it wasn't just the supply of mobile toilets and classrooms, but it was supply and installation, which also includes electrical work. So for that type of work, it is included under the CIDB regulations, and we did highlight these facts to management, and then that's how the finding was agreed to at the end.
Can I just add to that, is you also have plumbing, and also the slab on which that mobile classroom has to rest.
Yes.
Has to have an engineer's certificate that would be able to carry the weight, because you have precious cargo in there, our children. So therefore, it has to comply with building regulations, and I come from the building industry as well. So you have to comply. Even though the structure itself is prefab, it also has to comply because in terms of engineering specifications, because those things can collapse.
Chair, I think obviously this is the determination that AG came to, but what the AG is not saying is that this construction work you're talking about, the slabs, that they are prepared by someone else. Those ones we procure through RFQ. It's not the same company. The prefab company just comes and plugs. It just supplies. You know, it doesn't do that slab construction work. It's usually two different companies. And those ones comply with the CIDB requirement. So, like I'm saying that for me, I think my team could not argue properly.
Yes, HOD.
So, Chair, it is not the first time that we're procuring mobiles. We do it every year. And we use the same specifications every year. So for the last 10 years, we've been buying mobiles on the same terms. And this is the first time it becomes a requirement. And so when there are things like preparing the ground, leveling it, preparing the slabs, making sure there's water supply, the electrical works, those cannot be done by people who just assemble the structure. So that work gets done through additional contracts that are awarded to plumbing service, electrical companies, and so on. However, they've grouped all of that to say, no, but this is going to be a semi-permanent or a permanent structure, therefore it needs to comply. But this is a supply issue. And then the assembly cannot take place until a qualified company has done the platform. The school, we would not be able to occupy the school unless we get a certificate from the electrical company. We can't occupy the school if we don't get a certificate from the plumbing company. The municipality wouldn't allow us to occupy that if those certificates were missing. So in a sense, that is the discrepancy that we were dealing with. And I think it got to a point where we were unable to convince the AG otherwise at that point in time. It's a matter that we will pursue. We will continue to pursue. We have taken action in that regard. We have decided to terminate those contracts. So even though it is deemed to be irregular at the point of award, we are reducing the financial irregularity by not proceeding with the contract.
HG, do you have anything to?
And Chair, yeah. I mean, if you've listened carefully what he says we can't occupy a mobile classroom if it doesn't have certificates. And those certificates can only be given by companies that qualify with that requirement, electrical company, a plumbing company. You get my point? So to demonstrate that it was two different entities, not the same entities. And that's what I'm saying, I don't understand this outcome at all. I've never agreed with it. Maybe you might assume that it's today. No, they know. I've told them before that this is it's quite, for me, it's ill-conceived. You know, it's not correct, because now, for the municipality will not even allow us to put children there if we don't provide those particular certificates. And who provides them? A company that is authorized to produce those things.
Okay. Maybe I think, yeah, I'm not sure, HOD, if your solution is more of a permanent one, because unless you are saying you're no longer going to procure mobile classrooms ever, Because if you are, I think MEC, there needs to be a serious engagement with the AGSA so that we don't have a repeat finding every year. I think we don't want the department to have this finding when there are reasons that make sense why you think that the finding is incorrect, and the AG, in their own thinking, they also believe that they're correct. So I think there needs to be some work done. But my last question, Chair, in the same report, clause 34, the AG says some of the contracts were not awarded in an economical manner, and the prices of the goods or services were not reasonable as required by PFMA and SCM instruction note 2 of 21-22. So my question is, Chair, given that some of the contracts were not awarded economically, can the department explain, MEC, how these inflated or unreasonable prices were approved? And who was responsible for the cost analysis and value for money assessment, if it was done? And what measures are being implemented to prevent recurrence of such non-compliance? And if, yeah, maybe you would also know which goods are those that the department had procured in an unreasonable manner as found by the HSA.
Thanks, Honorable Tulani Kunene. I'm sure, all the members, you do watch soccer, football. And if you are a football fan...
Well, I don't.
if you are a football fan, you would know that some games you don't win, even if you play very well. You don't win. There are games where you're going to lose, despite you being the best team on the day. It's football. That's why we say football has got its gods. The gods of football wanted this team to win, if you're a football. And I do believe that this financial year, it doesn't matter what we would have done. The reality is that clean audit was not going to happen, because it's that year that this department is not going to get clean audit. And that's my feeling of how the AG was operating. I felt that the AG now has moved from this body to a bloodhound. No, in Akiri literal, in literal sense, you get my point. Searching for what is not there to get something. It's the same contract of mobiles. And by the way, the risk that the AG does not, they speak up to us about culture shift. They are forgetting that now, because of pressures that we have. I mean, we had 130,000 new in-migration learners this year. And I can tell you next year we're going to have the same number. And what will happen? We're stuck now because the AG says this is wrong. We're going to have kids now going under the tree because of AG's decision, which I feel is not even, it does, for the past number of years, they've never seen anything wrong with it. It's just that this year, there's something wrong. As to why they didn't see the year before or 10 prior years, I don't know. They never even found anything at fault. They said it was fine. You know, so this is the same thing. Now, to say, Honorable, there was no inflated price. Actually, if there's anything that in Gauteng we do, we really lower the prices of mobiles. If you can go to other provinces, there are provinces that are paying 1 million rand a mobile, if not more. We negotiate, we bring these contractors to negotiate, to say, we need this so much, but this is the price that we can offer you. We negotiate, and that's why we always got more for less. And hence we're able to expand, actually move with the little budget we have to deliver a large quantity of mobiles. So that the one that says we have offered inflated prices is not there. And secondly, we also look at the quantity. We ask them. They all are asked, but some say we have, and then when you go and check, they don't have. In fact, there was one who said, I've got a factory. You went there, it was a house in Kempton Park. A house, literally a home, relaxed. People with children there. And that's a factory, by the way. And if the AG says, no, but this one says it's got a 100, they don't go and verify that this is a house. And they'll come back and say, no, but this one said they've got 100. And not realize that we take extra steps. The reason why we take these extra steps is because these are in emergency, it's an urgent need. We don't want people who say they do and they do not have because we need them urgently. We've got a school that has burned down. If we don't provide these mobiles, kids won't go to school on a Monday. It has burned down. So what happens? We'll have to speak to somebody who says they have and then wait for 3-4 months. And then members, you're going to be asking me questions and telling me how incompetent I am because these kids have been stuck at home for a number of months because people said they have and they don't have. So we do those extra precautions to check and verify. And it's only those that were able to demonstrate and see that they have, then we speak to those ones and we negotiate the price. So the price is never inflated. As to say, we're paying high price. Chair, it's not there. I can tell you now, it's not there. And I really, in fact, the AG should have also gone a step further, that we take and say, okay, if this one says, go and check, as much as we are checking here, go and check there to verify that really, really the department was wrong to take this particular decision. So this is around the mobile contract. And Chair, I can tell you now, for me, if there's anything that I'm upset about with it, it's this one. Because from where I'm sitting now, if you want to declare the contract irregular, it means January can't provide classrooms. That's what's going to happen. I can't provide classrooms.
Thank you, MEC. Ms. Vilakazi, you are protected. You are impartial as the AGSA, one of the most recognized institutions of South Africa internationally. You are protected. You came to a particular finding. Can you please tell us why?
Okay, thanks, Chairperson. So, on this one, I'll just move on to this one. On this issue, management, okay, firstly, MEC, it's just to further give you comfort that as the AGSA, we are independent and objective, and we really partner with our auditees, in this particular instance, GDE, in the culture shift strategy that you mentioned. We really want to see the department providing the best services for our children in this province, and audit opinions are never predetermined. It's one thing that we don't do as an office. However, in this one, the issue of inflated prices, the finding came because there was a BAC that evaluated, and before, in the invite itself for the bidders to bid, there was a confirmation of capacity form that was completed. So all the bidders that were accepted completed the capacity form, and they did indicate that they have the required capacity. So for us, there is evidence that whoever is here, then it means they have the capacity. Now they get evaluated based on price. There's from number 1 to number 56. You would expect that number one is the one that is awarded because it's efficient and also it's reasonable in price. But then the department would go and appoint number 23, number 34, number 41. And the question was, why did you not go for the ones which were reasonable in price? And management did say because they did not have capacity. For us, then there is no evidence. All we need, because we understand that the fact that a supplier is cheaper, it doesn't mean they provide quality. You're not just chasing price, but you're chasing the whole package. So we do accept management evidence in those instances. And we did say to management, no, that's fine, we hear you. Provide us the evidence that you did follow up and they confirmed wrong capacity in their forms. And when you went to verify, the goods were not there. But there was no evidence provided. It was done, there was literally no evidence. This is something that we do consider. If there was evidence, the finding could have been resolved. But in absence of evidence, unfortunately, we cannot resolve the finding. So it was a matter of they needed to prove. Thanks.
Thank you for that clarity. HOD, you did indicate that your department has terminated that contract, am I correct?
Chair, before you go there,
Sorry.
before you go there, Chair, I think what the AG rep has indicated is very important. So I want us to resolve here, Chair, that the HOD, through you, MEC, will submit the evidence that for whatever reason, maybe it was source of time, maybe the pressure was too much, then they were not able to submit the evidence. We have the time. Can the department please submit evidence that number 1 to number 23 did not have the capacity, and number 25 to number whatever did not have evidence? That led to the department appointing number 24, number 30-something, and number 50-something. Please, can we get the evidence? You will give the time frame, Chair, but we need the evidence.
Yeah. Good question. HOD, back to my question is that you did indicate to us that this contract has been terminated, am I correct?
Chair, we're in the process of finalizing that. We've gone to each of the suppliers to get confirmation, and we will supply that to the AG. We had a discussion before this meeting that we will comply with that confirmation. Okay. Chair, maybe to put a slight context to the problem. There are only 5 suppliers of mobiles in the province. Let's assume that one of them manufactures 50 in a month. Supplier 1 goes to them and say, you know what, I'm going to bid for this work. How many do you have on hand? They say, we've got 50. This supplier then quotes 50 in his proposal. Supplier 2 goes to the same person, and this guy says, no, I've got 50. So he puts 50. They then put in the bid. There is slight price variation because of delivery charges and so on. But when it comes time to award the purchase order, we have to check that they have the quantities. And they didn't have the quantities at that point in time. And that is why we jumped from 36 to 41, is because number 36 didn't have the quantity. Somebody else had already confirmed with the manufacturer that they will take that 50 or whatever. And so it's not like we are buying from manufacturers directly. We are buying from intermediate agents who will then deliver those particular aspects. And so we can't take on good faith at the time of award that we can give them a purchase order based on the bid document, because they would not give us the proof that they have. And if you ask them for proof at the evaluation stage, they will get a letter from the manufacturer to say, we've got quantities available for you. And so that's the limitation. So it's a long way round, but then to say we have now canceled these particular purchase orders, we will not proceed with them. There is no financial risk to the department in this regard. To go back to the other questions, you know, part of what the SM is raising is that there were limited evidence because some of this was done telephonically. And so we're not in disagreement with the position that she had put forward, that we were unable to substantiate that claim. And that is the reason we accepted the finding as it was.
You're not answering my question, or you did. You said you can't, you're canceling this. Why are you canceling it?
The contract is already ended, I think. Yes, but yes, anyway, the contract has already lapsed. So,
What caused the contract to lapse?
the term, if we appoint for 3 years, 3 years has passed. So that's where we are. But
Can I, please, MEC? If it wasn't for the AG raising this matter, would you have gone ahead with that purchasing order and with that contract?
yes,
So now, you cancel it because of the AG's finding.
yes.
Yet you are questioning the AG's finding.
Like I
And you
said,
feel, I'm still talking, please, MEC. You feel that you are being crucified as a particular soccer team. You play very well, but today you're going to lose because the referee says you're going to lose. The referee here indicates to us very clearly that she has done her work diligently. You admit that some of it was telephonic. You don't have the evidence. But if she didn't pick it up, this year out of many years, you'd have gone ahead with this procurement. Am I right or wrong?
Chair, you see, this contract has been running for a number of years. Let me speak, wait, Chair, please. This contract has been running for a number of years. That's number one. Number two, the reason why we started taking this course of action to go and verify is because of prior experience where we did comply to what the AG is saying we should do. This one is lower. We appointed them. And we were unable to get those mobiles at all. We'll wait for 6 months. Those things were not coming because you'll find that as the acting HOD is saying, that they went to the same manufacturer. And the other one manufacturer gave to one, and these ones can't have because they don't have capacity. And who would suffer? The children. So, in addressing that risk, we then took a decision that as much as we are going to look at the, but we must verify if people actually genuinely have. And some do confirm, and some were ethical and honest and say, look, this is what I'm offering, but I don't have now. And this is the time frame we'll have to wait for me to deliver, because perhaps maybe they are delivering in other provinces. Because remember, we're not the only province with a growing system. Education is growing system across the whole country. So the competition for these emergency classes is there across all provinces. So now, because AG has never flagged it in the past, and we worked on principle that people have confirmed, and people say they have, and some they didn't say they didn't have. We worked on that. If we knew that the AG this year will say, I'm going to require this, I'm sure we would have prepared it. I mean, it's not even an issue. In fact, now, to address what Member Kunen is worried about, Member Kunen, we're going to give it to you, to the committee, this evidence, definitely, because we have done it. And when I say, you know what I did as well myself? I've got, in my office, I've got CLOs, community liaison officers. Because when I arrived, I also had an issue with the allocation and why these certain companies. I sent my CLOs to these companies. I said, here's the address, go and check if these people have actually have factories and what. And they're the ones who came back and took pictures for me. But there's an exercise that I've done it in my first years in MEC of this department. Some were homes, some was just vacant land, some, you know, and you understand that maybe some are literally somewhere like shell companies, you know, in some, to a large extent, you know, because they're claiming factory space that is not there, you know. So that's why I'm confident about the decision that were taken on appointment, that it was not malice, it was not inflated or ill-conceived, it was informed by historical facts and experience in running this particular contract. And now, furthermore, now what this decision has done, it has jeopardized hundreds and thousands of kids next year in getting proper structure, because there will be a delay now. Because what we have done, we would pre-order to this contract, say, look, prepare this 20 or 100, because we know that we are going to have a growth in the system. We're going to have a growth in the certain numbers. And we know the pressure areas, and we know the schools. And in fact, we do have schools that are overcrowded. We know where they should take this thing. Now we've told them to halt, stop. Stop. And that's why I'm saying that I really, really think that as much as the AG speaks about culture, I feel like they don't even really comprehend it themselves, or what is the meaning of this thing. You know, are we here to stop people from delivering services, or are we here to support people to deliver services in the correct manner?
Thank you, MEC. I think we belabored the point. AG, thank you for doing your work diligently. You are here to perform a function. You've done it excellently, and I applaud you for doing your work. The fact that your audits are not the same every year, you have a block, 1 to 100. This year, I'm choosing block 2, block 15, and block 28, and block 100. Next year, I'm doing block 99, 16, and 20. That you haven't done it over the past couple of years is you know how it works. You have spotted it this time. You have addressed the issue about public purse, prudence, spend thereof, and we applaud you for it. MEC, on your side as well, I thank you for the fact that you are doing due diligence, by following up and ensuring that those who have tendered number 1 and number whatever it is, that in terms of the list, in terms of the pricing, are they really able to deliver? So you've done your diligent work. The fact that you've been able to negotiate to get the units under 1 million as compared to other provinces, we applaud you for it. But here's the thing. Unfortunately, we have to operate within the ambit of the law, and therefore, you're going to supply us with the necessary information, and I'm sure that if you sit down with the AG, I've had experiences with the AG, they are not the demons that we think they are. In fact, they help compliance. So can we leave it at that? We await that particular responses. Okay. Was any follow-up questions from yourself? I have a question. And we had asked you this question, to provide the committee with detailed reasons and nature of liabilities amounting to the closing balance of 1,332,267 rand, and provide a summary of the contingent liabilities as of the 30th of September 2025. The correct closing balance of contingent liabilities is at 31 March 2025 is 1.3 billion. Anyway, many figures. And not the 1.332 that you are talking about, is 1.38 million as compared to the 1.3. So you did respond, and I'd like perhaps for you to just go through that response. It's a long one, so maybe not, because you give us quite in-depth response to it. But let's get to the crux of what it was that we actually wanted from you to supply us with as well, so that from our side we are happy and satisfied as a committee that, you know, it has been responded to in full. It's adequate, partially. You provide a detailed breakdown of the nature of contingent liabilities that's covering contracts, labor, defamation, Section 60 claims, and for serious liability. And you explain the accounting treatment under the MCS. However, and here's the crux, the response does not reconcile the discrepancies between the stated closing balance of 1.332,226 thousand and the correct balance of 1.318,659 million. Additionally, the requested summary of contingent liabilities as of 30 September 2025 is not provided, and it's being deferred to a future date. So can you please just explain that to us? Maybe we don't understand the response that you sent to us.
Chair, I think our response is indicating that the discrepancy of the two figures is what is included in the figure. So the 1.3 billion, 1.318 billion is the contingent liability portion. And then the 1.332 billion includes intergovernmental payables. So that is the addition and the variation between the two numbers. And I think my understanding is that that is the requirement for disclosure of contingent liabilities. It includes the two portions.
Maybe Chair, just to guide, we have included the figures on Annexure A that we have submitted to the committee, where it will indicate the claims against the department and intergovernmental payables, which makes the totality of contingent liabilities and contingent asset note. Thanks, Chair.
And that is with regard to the irregular expenditure. Provide the committee with details, and we did ask you this question, for the department not taking effective and appropriate steps to prevent irregular expenditure as required by Section 38, subsection 1, subsection C, subsection Robin figure 2 of the PFMA and the Treasury Regulations 9.1.1. And then the follow-up question will also be, provide the committee with details on what disciplinary actions were taken against the officials responsible for the irregular expenditure.
No, thanks, Chair. Chair, the irregular expenditure or the comment that would have, or the assertion that would have been made by the AG with regards to the department not being able to take steps to prevent irregular expenditure, just to put it in context, Chair, it relates to the irregular expenditure that we just spoke about, the irregular expenditure relating to security and the irregular expenditure relating to mobile classrooms. Chair, each year, each financial year at the end of the audit, and sometimes in cases, Chair, where the irregular expenditure we would have identified on our own, besides the one that gets identified by the AG, we consolidate that into an action plan where we then create what we call mitigating processes to deal with the prevention of irregular expenditure within the department. And part of what we do is on a year-to-year basis, we review our standard operating procedures as it relates to supply chain management. We increase awareness in terms of the officials within the department, where we do awareness programs where we actually take our colleagues or our officials through the some of the requirements of supply chain management. We do, Chair, as part of our strengthening of the control environment around supply chain, part of the work that we do is to provide training to our bid committees, your bid specification committee, your bid evaluation committees, and also your bid adjudication committee. And we try to do refresher courses on a yearly basis to ensure that we strengthen the controls around the review committees that have to, that deal with the review of supply chain management procedures. Part of the steps in prevention of irregular expenditure, Chair, is really the tail end of what happens with regular expenditure, which is the consequence management portion. And in that regard, Chair, and I think the HOD might add to this, there has been quite a lot of effort placed in making sure that the investigations, the determination assessments, they are finalized as speedily as possible, so that there is consequence management that is active, that is seen to be taken, and that officials are aware that should there be transgressions in as far as supply chain management is concerned, there will be consequences within the department. Thanks, Chair.
How many officials and what are the, I mean, how far is those processes? You're giving me an open-ended response, quite frankly. As a committee, we'd like to have some timelines put to it, please. You know, we get this type of responses year in and year out.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson. I think as the CFO has already indicated, this irregular expenditure that we are dealing with is the current irregular expenditure. So in terms of consequence management, the committee would have noted that in the report by AG, looking at the previous irregular expenditure where consequence management had to be taken, the report indicates that we have successfully dealt with those ones. So if I may just indicate that the process is as follows, and I'm going to reiterate what HOD said, that in terms of irregular expenditure framework, AG would have raised these issues. I think it's the security, is the mobiles. They would have raised it as an assessment that this is confirmed irregular expenditure. Now, in terms of the framework, what is expected for us is that we must then do what is called a determination. It's an investigation where, amongst others, we must determine officials who are responsible for the irregular expenditure. We must also identify through the investigation what internal control measures have been broken down. In addition to that, we must also determine, or rather investigate, whether there has been a loss incurred by the department or not. Only after that process, Chairperson, then we are able to say, these are the officials who the investigation would have identified and what measures should be taken. So at this stage, those investigations are still ongoing. And at the end of the day, once the determinations have been done, we'll be able to say what actions needs to be taken against what official. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, how long have these investigations been in process? How long, but thus far? When did they start? When did these investigations start?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The investigations have started immediately after AG has declared the irregular expenditure. And I think in the report we are indicating that we have estimated that we will finalize all the investigations by the end of November.
Thank you. You see, that's the type of responses we want, not open-ended ones, because at least we then have a timeline in our minds that there's things happening. And we'll be able to then follow up, in subsequent questions. We're almost done, MEC. It's been a long day. There's responses that we received from yourself last year. You were accountable to, you made certain promises yourself and your HOD and so on. So once more, it's about work in progress, as the question, as it normally remains. It's work in progress. And we asked you that question. We said, provide us with mechanisms in place to ensure that commitments made by yourself and the HOD in previous years does not remain, in commas, inverted commas, indefinitely. And you gave a response. And it's partly adequate. The department indicates that the HOD reports the MEC through quarterly EMT meetings, and that the MEC tracks progress and is accountable to the Premier. That's the normal process. And while this shows a formal reporting structure, here's the crux. It lacks details on how delays or in-progress commitments are escalated, monitored, or enforced, and whether there are timelines and consequences for non-implementation. Did you get what we're getting at? It's, for example, the answers that you gave initially, and now you could come up with a definitive by the end of November, which is a few weeks from now. So MEC, if you can answer that one, that will be great. If not, just note that we're taking the promises that you're making this year, and we'd like to see that there is progress made, so that next year we're not here again. And then, we asked you a question with regard to the principal risks on your heat map. And you give us a spell as to what it is and so on. And for that, we want to say to you, well done, because you gave us a comprehensive report on that particular one. And then, of course, today the kids that are 8 years old can open up 3 screens on one. I can't. I have to work with 6 different. But we get there. We asked you a question, provide the committee with details of what the actions have the accounting officer taken in partnership with the Department of E-Governance to find solutions to information technology control deficits or deficiencies. And we know that that is widespread. It is Wi-Fi at schools, it is connectivity, it is smart boards, etc. And you gave us quite a comprehensive response to it. You speak here about escalates ICT challenges to eGov. You note the development of a standard operating procedure, and it lacks specific solutions, etc. Are you happy that your responses that you're getting from the Department of eGov is meeting your expectations?
Chairperson, not entirely. So there are particular aspects of the findings that were raised by the AG that relate to what would be province-wide maintenance functions at the level of eGov. So things like managing the antivirus and so on, it's something that happens centrally, and it impacts on all 13 or 14 departments. We don't think that that should have been an issue, because even the service provider, Microsoft, would tell you, update these things, here's the new update, and so on. We also had findings around things like password reviews. Now, SAP is a provincial system. We nominate the users, they need to review. Now, one of the things that we want them to do, and they have not been entirely responsive, is we want an SLA with them. And the SLA must say, if you escalate something, within 7 working days, we will give you this answer, within 5. Or if it fits in this category, it's an overnight turnaround time, or something of the sort. You know, they are also responsible for buying our licenses for schools, Microsoft licenses. If they don't buy it on time, 2.8 million learners won't have access to Microsoft. Now we want to put this into a service level agreement that at least allows the MEC to intervene politically when we fail administratively. And so we are engaging them on this matter. There is a new HOD, and I've spoken to her about it, and she will set up a meeting where we'll engage on this. When it comes to corporate services on behalf of the entire province, you can't do that without a delivery framework. And so we've asked them for that. The second area relates mainly to the Department of Basic Education. And in that one, we are co-funding a replacement of the school administration system. We are developing it, and we are already piloting it in one of our districts. And that will allow us to move to a web-based solution where we can control passwords. At the moment, school administration systems are standalone on the computer in a school. And we can't manage the password centrally. So we are co-funding the development of the new solution. It is based on a UNESCO template, and hopefully we will get that rolled out widespread in the next year or so, as soon as the pilot has been evaluated in, I think currently it's in Sedibeng East of our districts. I think to that extent, we will then also have a service level agreement with DBE on the continued maintenance and development. So some of the things that we would want with DBE is when the parameters of the data that we require changes, the table needs to change. We need to be able to tell them we need this amendments. So an example that we had with them for a while was assessment data. Gauteng requires 4 tests per quarter. Nationally, they say 3 tests. Now, if we fit in 3 tests, we don't get the right average. And so we had to write to them. Now we need to have it at the level of a service level agreement. And once that is done with the new system, I think a lot of the issues that were raised by the AG in the report would be addressed with the 2 service level agreements. Thank you.
I'm very excited by that response that you've given. It will really improve the circumstances and situation that we have out there, especially township schools. But with regard to your service level agreement with the Department of eGov, how far are we on that one?
Chair, the previous attempts failed with the previous HOD. With the new HOD, she's engaging. And so we have asked our IT Chief Directorate to draft a document for discussion with them, rather than waiting for them to initiate it.
MEC, I think sometimes we need political intervention too. And I think that the MEC for eGov is susceptible to cooperation. Thank you. Chairperson, any questions, any remarks from your side? You've been very quiet.
No, Chair, to be quite honest, I think the number of issues addressed here, but I think there's one, if not 2, which I think the AG and as well as the department should be able to expand on those issues. Part of the findings by the AG says that there are irregular expenditure in relation to appointment of service providers, especially those who would be employed by the state or working for the department. I think for the lack of a better word, the AG would have pointed that there will be those that are actually from the department itself who happen to be working for the department and appoint their own companies, something to that effect. So how I wish the AG can actually expand to and perhaps explain that one on those ones. And also, if that's the case, I'm interested also to know what would be the response of the department, HOD and the CFO. What will be your attitude in terms of those employees of the department who happen to do business with the state? Then lastly, Chair, the most interesting one also from the findings by the AG spoke about competitive bidders. And to be quite honest, you have spoken to it, especially in relation to security companies and all of that. But if you check also on the findings, it tells you that there's a lack of appointment of service providers who would then provide services to the department. But instead, they will prefer, which the MEC spoke to. He said, I'm trying to remember exactly verbatim when he said he does not even like that. But in an essence, he says there is these three quotations that are appointed, or service providers are appointed on the basis of three quotations because of the lapse of the perhaps a contract, or rather a panel of service providers that are not there. And the reality of the matter, these things are done deliberately with the intention of continuously to create a situation where there is a serious corruption and maladministration in the department. Because then the department will not necessarily put stringent measures to curb, if not arrest, that kind of situation. And how will the department really resolve on that particular issue? And I'm talking, for an example, I'm mentioning, for example, the one of the securities, but does not end there. You will have the one that the HOD also spoke about, maintenance of schools, for an example. And you can be guaranteed. It is designed in the Department of Education not to have a panel that seeks to address that issues legally, because there's a serious corruption that is there. I don't know who stands to benefit out of that corruption, Chair. And it remains a biggest problem. And if this thing is not arrested now, you can be guaranteed. The last financial year, AG, it was about 7.5 million irregular expenditure. It has tripled to 1.4 billion. And then it means it will be worse in the next financial year. And I'm saying these are the issues that we in the education are battled with these issues, and they continue to be there. The sooner we have solution to this, the better. And I like it, Chair, how you also trying to, also spoke to the political head to say, sometimes to also want to blame the AG may not assist, but rather find a solution. And I always say, if there are things that I may not be clued up with and all of that, it's always important that there's a level of engagement so that we get to understand. I may not be in business, but this thing of regulations that are there in terms of CIDP and wara. If these things are not managed properly and arrested, you may then have them escalated and so I think, Chair, in a sense, those are a few issues that I thought I should raise here, and just few clarities in terms of the findings of the AG and what will be the attitude of the department in responding to some of those findings as well. Thank you, Chair.
AG, do you want to respond to? Can I just ask AG first? Is there anything that you'd like to respond to?
Member Sesedinyane, I'm not sure if you'd like me to respond to the cats because that's the one, but I've noted your comments in the need for us at the department to continue engaging in matters of compliance, and that one is something that we are committed to do. HOD is aware, MEC even. We are partnering with the department to make sure that, obviously, without compromising our objectivity and independence, we work together for the culture shift strategy as referred to by the MEC. But in terms of the cats, on what exactly were they, I'll just have to go back, member, to give you the specific ones that resulted in irregular, because we discover a lot of cats, but through engagements with management, a lot of them fall off because there is safeguards also and controls that they present to us. At the end, it's only those ones which are material that would remain. So I don't want to quote incorrect ones that remained for the year, but I'm happy to send a response in that regard. Thanks.
When you sent it to the chairperson for education, can you send it to us as well, please?
I will do that, Chairperson.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks. MEC?
Chair, thank you so much, Honorable Sesedinyane. I think, maybe just to assist, because, when we say 1.4 billion, 1.4 is the whole contract in the 3 years. It's not 1 year. I think maybe we should explain it better, because now you will assume that it's the total contract in the past 3 years, how much it has gone to it, so that at least it's clarified. So is it better now? Better now, because now yeah, that's the whole contract for the past 3 years, how much we have invested in it. But I have to say this thing about this contract. One thing I know for a fact is that classrooms were delivered. I hear everything, it's okay. It's okay. I understand, AG, a chair, it's okay. But classrooms are there. Learners are in those mobiles, they're studying. They're getting over 80%. Now this year we're getting 90, I'm sure. Matric pass rate, they're there. So I don't want to say much about it, but the reality is that classrooms are there. So if you want to speak about corruption, it's when things are not even delivered. Here we're discussing the validity of the contract. It's the same with nutrition, that one that was in court. And people raised it, said, no, but this is an irregular. No. If you understand what happened, you'll understand that sometimes you don't have to be wrong to be wrong. Actually, we are in a court of law, where even if you are innocent, you have a responsibility to prove that you are innocent. And this is what we find ourselves at as a department. And I agree with you, honestly. One thing, I don't miss I hate RFQs. I don't like them. They know. If there's anything that I despise in government, is that thing of 3 quotation RFQs. It's a problem. It's a problem, and that's where problems are, honestly. That's where problems are. So to say we don't want panels, it's not actually true. Recently we were supposed to issue an advert for contractors for CIDB 7 to 9. And you might be wondering why now we're going 7 to 9. It's because now I'm not going to wait for DID to fix their house or whatever. I'm moving ahead. Because when the public marches, they don't go to MEC Jacob Mamabo. They don't even know him. They come to me and say, Mrana, we don't have schools, we don't have this. And I've realized that the reason, and obviously based on our own data, Chair, for 4 years, is it 4 years? 4 years, DID has never given us a school. So I'm not going to wait for them, you know. But now now you have a new friend, obviously, an ally of, and I won't say the ally of the AG, but an ally of those, an ally of sort. They write to us to say, no, you can't have a panel for contract of 7 to 9. And that, I'm asking myself here, I'm asking the party, how is that possible? Because everywhere in the country, municipalities, provincial departments, national departments, they've got panels of 7 to 9. They say, no. We will not advise that you should have a panel for 7 to 9. And this is from Treasury, by the way. Treasury goes and inquire to say, but is it wise for education to have a panel of 7 to 9? To say, no, the size of the project will require it to go out and on a public tender. Can you imagine if you say you want to build 20 schools, you have to evaluate 20 contracts? You are never going to have a school. I can tell you that for free. But that's what CIDB has said. But we are further interrogating it. I'm sure we'll find each other. So that by the time AG arrives, we'll find each other in the next reporting cycle. So in terms of panels, Chair of the Portfolio Committee, we want this thing, but there's some potholes that are just emerged, some form of impediment. They just emerge, that tries to stop us from really advancing progress. And correctly said by Member Lesejo, the Chief Whip, and yourself, we are lawmakers, we need to go and correct some laws. Because really, some of these laws are designed for us not to move ahead as a province and as a country. So, Member Sergeant, so in terms of dealing with corruption, we in the department we are acting there. Yeah, no, we're acting. Yeah, we're acting. We're moving on them strongly. We're moving on them. Some even resigned before. When we arrived, they resigned. So with the employees that are doing business with state, the Gauteng Ethics Council released a report that we've got about, I think 70, was it 70? Or, yeah, 70 employees who have businesses, or some, but not necessarily doing business with us. You might find that some was a board member of an ECD, a teacher. And remember, the number sounds big when you say 70. But if you look at the number of employees, 106,000, it's literally a drop. But there are 70 that were picked up by the Ethics Council, that they have companies, not necessarily they are doing business, maybe with us, but we investigated on them. We did give a report around.
So we gave the report. Chair, we did provide a report to the Ethics Council on that. And with the MEC's permission, I can add on the finding from the CATS that was undertaken by the AG, produced a list of 60. Of the 60, 30 from our assessment are ghosts. We can't determine their identity to the point of following up. The remaining 30 is what we're investigating. None of the 30 are doing business with the Department of Education. So there are system limitations, and I think we've raised it with the AG. At the moment, it's only the AG that is able to perform the CATS triangulation. We've asked EGOV to do it a couple of years ago. They've been unable to do it. We do not have systems to know who is doing business outside the GDE. And so as much as we haven't found any instances now, it doesn't mean that it can't happen. Two, the instances are not also direct business with the department. It's also a spouse or a close relation. And the problem, I think, is that they did not disclose that there is a family member working for the government, which is a requirement in the procurement process. So we've looked into it. We've cleared the previous list that we've had. We're now busy with the new list. And I think we should be able to show that, at least in education, there isn't anyone that we're aware of. But it doesn't mean that there are officials whose spouses or family members are involved with other departments across the country.
Chair, are you happy? Okay. Member Kunene?
Yeah, Chair, I visited MEC 20 of the schools early this year as part of the presiding officer's school visits. And then I did follow-up visits now in July, August, and September of the very same schools. I'm just reminded, it just triggered when the HOD said that as part of resolving the problem of security companies being appointed, you have cancelled the contract, or you have not really cancelled the contract, you have stopped that process where you can appoint companies for priority schools. What's the word that you used? Some of the schools that I visited now in July, August, Chairperson and MEC indicated that burglary has increased dramatically since the private contractors were removed. And it's also the same report that I received when I visited the police stations, that since the withdrawal of the security companies, they have experienced a spike in the burglaries and theft of school infrastructure. So I'm busy thinking to myself to say, I wonder what's the solution, because there needs to be some balance between value for money, protecting current assets, but also what you pay for protecting those very same assets. There is no easy answer, MEC. It's just a thought that I'm thinking that, you have to balance on one side the cost of security. In one school, for example, MEC, Kudung to be exact, I may not remember the numbers, but the numbers sounded like too high for the number of guards that were guarding that school. So I was thinking, but why is the department not at least reducing the number of guards that are overlooking the school, instead of cutting them totally and expose the school to the school is in Ratanda. It's a mobile classroom school. It used to be in the rural areas. It's now in Ratanda. That school is experiencing high levels of theft. So my question, because I think this is a question of balancing what you spend on security against what you protect as assets. That school, whatever that they had, I'm sure the miss would have received the report. And it's not the only school, the same like General Smarts. They are losing lots of assets. So I'm not sure if the department has done a a cost-benefit analysis and also try to come with a solution. Because I'm asking these issues because I'm worried about value for money and how do we ensure that the department, in its use of resources of the people of Gauteng, they do it in a manner that is efficient. Yeah, I know I'm asking a question that may not have immediate answers, but it's something that came to my mind, and as I was thinking, to that, what is the solution? Maybe there's a solution. If it's none, it's okay. If there's none, it's okay.
Thank you, Member Kunene. I think that is a concern raised. Definitely an issue that needs to be addressed. And as you indicated, if you don't have any answers for us now, it is a problem that I'm sure you are wrapping your minds around. But if you'd like to respond, please do.
Chair, there are other complications to this process. Firstly, with the budget cuts that we've had, this line item was never budgeted for. We always reprioritize funds because we saw it as an urgent need to protect children and the property. But we are now sitting with a zero budget for this year. We are unable to reprioritize funding for that. When we took the decision to terminate those services, we immediately got hold of the Department of Community Safety, and we've requested them to allocate wardens to schools to do the same work. We were aware at the time that in excess of 700 of those wardens were already registered with CIRA. And we have had a response. I can't remember offhand exactly the number that they've deployed, but there are limitations. And the limitations is that the warden's shift ends at 10 o'clock at night. So it's not possible to create a 24-hour shift cycle like we had with the private, but we have put into place the alternatives. It's not to all the schools. We have got 175 schools that we had profiled. We don't call them high-risk schools, but we call them schools in high-risk communities because the community is high risk. And so based on that, we've already allocated the wardens to assist us, and we will then look into it. We also currently deploy lay persons from the community as patrollers. We pay them through a stipend. The Department of Community Safety and the Community Policing Forum helps us recruit these individuals. We train them, and they perform some kind of physical security functions in schools. They check the gates, the entry, exit, and so on. The problem with that is at some point we were taken to court by CIRA saying that they're providing security services, and they wanted something like 14 billion from us for old fees that were outstanding.
1 million per person.
1 million per person. We then settled on that thing without any payment, but we had to redefine their function to be sort of care and support personnel in schools. But we have employed in excess of 5,000. And those are people from the community who can also liaise with the community. So we do have these things, but they are not as proficient as the armed security that we had before. Thanks.
And Chair, some of them, I can tell you, they're a problem, these patrollers. Some of them. Another thing, just to give the honourable member comfort, is that currently at National we're discussing budget for this type of function. So hopefully if everything goes well, it will be funded in the next year or so, in the next budgeting cycle. So if we do succeed, because it's a problem across the country. In some provinces, teachers are on payday. Criminals enter schools with a Yoko machine to come and swap their salaries. So it's a national crisis across. So we've identified it, and so I'm confident that it will be funded in the near future.
Thank you, MEC. That concludes our business with you. And thank you, AG. Thank you very much for your attendance. Members, we still have to sit and do what we need to do. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Sorry? Sorry? Oh, yes. Treasury, sorry. You too, you've been so quiet over there. You weren't drawn into the fray. Thank you so much. Thank you, members. It's going to take us a few minutes. Member Evans, bedaar yourself also. Colleagues, I need another one member here, Member Musai. But I need to get to the toilet envelope. Colleagues, thank you so much. Can we continue? Yeah, we are four. We form a quorum 1/3. Just the only tip. Yeah. But I really and truly appreciate the engagements that we had today. I think that these two departments needed a bit of a shake-up. They got it. When I was just sharing that when I left, when I left with sports, of those officials say, HA, we've heard your call. It's not going to happen again. And that's a message that we just need to send. Sometimes the person get into a rut, and it's just business as usual. We'll have I'll have my private chat with the MEC. You know, it's not all business just for the sake of business. I don't want to, you know, in a sense, address that issue with him in the presence of his staff.